right, welcome everybody. It is 7 p.m. and this is the time and place set for the November meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. I will call the meeting to order and ask for each of our commissioners to introduce themselves, starting with Commissioner Douglas.
Charlene Douglas, City Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Mike Fournier.
Mr. Gontina.
Woody Gontina.
Ms. Beakey.
Ann Beakey.
And Mr. Klooster.
Eric Klooster. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Seems a little redundant, but we're all here. The first order on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. And for myself, I just want to say there are a couple of items that I would like to add to the agenda. If somebody would propose that. I think that one of the issues that we have to deal with here is we only have 6 of us. I'd like to deal with the membership and the election of officers, and I would be happy to put that at the end of the business. I also would like, a second thing I would like to talk about is the rules of procedure. Now that I am sitting here in this chair, I went and read the rules, and there are some questions I have about them, which I'd be happy to talk about at the end as well. And the last thing, I have a comment about the staff reports, which I would like to do at the end, if people would entertain those additions to the agenda. Yes, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Casada, I would also like to add a discussion of the outcome of the joint meeting with the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I will move that we approve the agenda with the addition of these 4 items, the 3 you suggested, and the Zoning Board follow-up.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. I'll call for the vote, starting with Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mr. Gontina.
Yes.
Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So motion passes. Those will be discussed at the end. All right. Next order of business is the approval of the minutes from the special September 30th, 2020 joint meeting with the Zoning Board of Appeals. Is there a motion or any discussion of this? Ms. Beakey.
I just have one comment. Thank you. My only comment was on that agenda, on those minutes, because we don't record in writing all of the discussion that was had at that moment, and this report will be something that we'll refer back to. I feel like it should say that in order to get the robust discussion, you should look at the video. And I don't know if it just for the public's knowledge, if nothing else, so once it becomes the official minutes, that it refers to that video. I don't know if anyone else feels like that, because there's a lot of discussion that obviously doesn't get recorded in writing.
Well, that's an interesting comment. Does anybody else have a comment on that? I have a question for Mr. Oh, there you go. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, Ms. Meeky makes a very good point. I'd like to see the final document, and perhaps this is standard, I'm not sure. Mr. Tim can tell us that. But the final document of the minutes of the meeting include a link to the meeting itself.
Actually, the videotapes of the meeting are maintained by WROK, and they're only maintained for a few years, and then they're actually deleted, that's my understanding. So they're not maintained for a long period of time.
I'm gonna pipe in here, and Mr. Liss is on mute, but hopefully he can hear me. This is there's an issue here, because if you refer to the meeting minutes or the video from the meeting minutes, I'm not exactly sure what the legal import of that is, because I believe the meeting minutes signed by yourself, Mr. Twing, are the official decision the commission, like a court, I think only speaks through its written resolutions and minutes. And if we refer to the video, what does that mean? In court, sometimes the court will make their ruling and say, for the reasons stated on the record, and then you have to go look at the record. But normally they don't. Normally what's in the writing is the order, and what's in our minutes and what's in our resolutions is our decision. So if we're going to refer to the videos, I think there probably should be some qualification on that. I'd like to hear a comment from Mr. Liss on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. The Open Meetings Act only requires a tally of votes and other information as who attended the meeting and those people who were absent. So is that, first off, it's not required to be a minute by minute or summary aspect, but this body has the ability to adopt the video as part of its official record.
If we adopt it as our official record and it's not under the control of the city of Royal Oak, is there something more we would need to do, or do we need to instruct the department to capture that and make it part of our permanent record under our control?
I would just archive it. I would just make a copy of the meeting video and archive it.
Okay. So I think that if we want to do that, somebody, I think, would have to make a motion to add a notation that the Planning Commission wishes to make the video part of the record, and it should be archived, and instruct staff to do it. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right. Just so you know, is that my office has used meeting videos from both the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals and other organizations, has used the video as part of the official record that Plaintiffs' Counsel has stipulated to. Sometimes the only real issue for that in court is that the judge or their clerks will have to peel through the minutes, painful minute by minute.
All right. Well, I think that was an interesting comment by Ms. Beakey. Maybe she can follow that up.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess I propose that we approve the agenda with the addition of a note to refer to the video and archive the video as we've discussed.
I think we have to have a second for that. Comment? Commissioner Douglas, you're on mute. Commissioner Douglas?
Peace.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was sign language. Okay, very good. Any discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Gantina?
Yes.
Ms. Beakey?
Yes.
Mr. Klooster?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, the motion passes. Now, I don't know if that was, we adapted those minutes. So the next one is the October 13th regular meeting minutes. We need to adopt those. Is there discussion or a motion? Commissioner Douglas,
I'll move approval.
is there a second?
Support.
Oh, sorry. Either one.
All right, thank you. And any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Gantina,
Yes.
Ms. Beakey,
Yes.
and Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. The motion passes. The minutes from October 13 are approved and adopted. All right, next item on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. This is something that I believe, who knows if there's public comment.
Carol will have them, I believe. She indicated there's 13.
There are 15 comments for general good of the order of the Planning Commission. And then we do have additional for specific agenda items later this evening.
All right, well, this is the time to hear them, so please proceed.
Tina, this is a general comment. Two concepts I'd like to talk about, and that is the lack of any effort to meaningfully attract public input into your ongoing discussion about possible zoning ordinance amendments. And then second, proposed changes that have already been drafted or discussed on the Woodward corridor, which are strongly objected to by a large number of residents who live so close to the Woodward Strip. A lot of people, including myself, look back to the master plan from 20 years ago and the thousands of pages of studies that were done and public meetings that had hundreds and hundreds of people involved that developed a plan that had goals and ways to implement those goals, tactics and strategies. I've never heard Mayor Fournier or Commissioner Douglas talk about those goals in ways that they could be implemented. There's recommendations and goals specifically about the Woodward corridor that have not been implemented. Some demonstration projects occurred and they were successful. And for the last 7 or 8 years, the commission has never engaged any discussions that I know of on how to continue with these projects that will help the Woodward corridor, which is plagued by lack of parking, lack of depth, and the preservation of neighborhoods, which is the #1 goal in the master plan. I encourage you not to move forward on the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance that have been drafted that put high-rises so close to our homes with insufficient parking and setbacks, or any modifications to the adult business ordinance, which has protected our neighborhoods along Woodward for over 20 years. We're fearful that pawn shops will be next to marijuana stores, that will be next to massage parlors and adult paraphernalia stores with pornographic materials, creating a slum up and down the Woodward corridor. And certainly, if you are going to head in that direction, just stop and look at the master plan on how they had input from neighborhoods. Some small version of that can occur on the Woodward corridor, and get our input, get the business owners' input, get the residents' input before you move forward. And do some studies, not just your personal opinions. There's good information in that master plan. The residential neighborhoods haven't changed. Woodward is almost like a commercial corridor of stores to service the residents. It's a road that bisects 2 giant residential areas up and down Woodward. Thank you. Go ahead, Tina.
All right, this is Mick McGuire, 4456 Arlington. We want to maintain the master plan that was drawn up a number of years ago. We do not want any changes in that as being adult business on Woodward. Just wanted to comment on that. Like I say, we like to stay with the master plan. We do not want to see adult businesses on Woodward. That's a main corridor for people that come down to see Royal Oak and see what Royal Oak's all about. And we hate to trash it up with other trashy businesses that would end up there if you change that to adult business. So please keep on the master plan. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Gina Olson. I live at 4246 Sheridan Drive, and I'm commenting on proposed changes to the master plan for the city of Royal Oak. I am not opposed to any changes to the master plan, but I don't see any need for rushing. I would like to see more publicity about proposed changes and going to every neighbor who is going to be affected by these changes. I would like to see public meetings held after this COVID response problem is over and we can all meet in a big public space, at least 2 meetings. I would like to not increase the height allowance for buildings on Woodward to allow 5 or 6 story buildings. I would like to not allow the setback requirements to be changed. I would like corner lots not to be able to be subdivided with an entrance only on one side of the lot. So bottom line, please do not proceed with changes to the city's master plan, which has been stood with no changes for the past 20 years. Do make changes or propose changes that would continue to protect our neighborhoods and the character of our neighborhoods, because that's why we love to live here. So please, again, no changes to the master plan until proper publicity, studies such as traffic studies, parking studies are done, and until there's meetings that can be held for the general public, not just Zoom meetings behind closed doors. I don't like that idea at all. And thank you for listening to my request. This is Gina Olson. Again, I live at 4246 Sheridan Drive. Thank you.
My name is Robert Schneider, and I live on Hillside Court, which is fairly close to the Woodward Corridor. My comments are of a general nature because they cover a number of things which are being considered or talked about regarding changes to either zoning or master plan. I first of all would like to be acknowledged that we have existing people living in all these neighborhoods near Woodward. We are affected by anything that happens on Woodward Avenue. Changes, I understand, are in consideration to permit much bigger or higher buildings for multiple residential along the commercial strip, but with inadequate parking will affect the residents. Where are the people going to park? They'll be parking in our neighborhoods, and it will change the character of our neighborhood with all the people coming in and out for the parking. We also, on the actual residential area, have had a number of tear downs and rebuilds, which use the lots to cram in, 2 or more houses. I understand there are things being considered to reduce setbacks or reduce corner lot requirements. That again impacts our neighborhoods. It changes the look and the character. And I would like the setbacks to be fully enforced and not to be changed to anything less than what they are now. In sending out notifications of various actions by the Planning Commission, when it comes to the Woodward Corridor, I would suggest expanding the area that is sent notices, because again, some of the proposed changes will cause impact to residents that are farther away from the actual Woodward strip than the few hundred feet which are currently used as a standard for sending those things out. Master plan or zoning changes, please consider the residents, and if possible, have in-person meetings on some of the major changes to give people a better opportunity to give input if necessary, using a larger facility where distancing is possible and in-person discussion can be held. Thank you very much.
My name is Robert Hodgen, 4325 Arlington, a 56-year resident of the city of Royal Oak. I'm calling in opposition to the proposed changes to the master plan. The current master plan was a long, detailed process with one primary benefit: the removal of adult businesses throughout the city, including those along Woodward Avenue. Now, for no logical reason, other than the city commission wants to take us back to the days of crime and public nuisances, it is apparent that our elected commission is what is best for us. We live in the neighborhoods. This is referred to as elitism, and definitely not in the best interest of our neighborhoods or our city. I beg the planning commissions to withstand the commission's pressure and maintain the status of the master plan as it is. Thank you.
Cynthia Flack. My home number is 248-549-3149. I live in Royal Oak on South Fulton Place. And I'm calling regarding the Planning Commission's proposal of rezoning of the master plan for the Woodward corridor. I would like to see that no changes are made in this plan until we can meet in person, which will probably be in a couple of months, maybe 6 months. But please, no changes. We're very interested. I live in a northwestern Royal Oak. We're very interested in what some of the proposals are for the buildings that will be coming into or going up on Woodward Avenue. We don't want any 5-story buildings. We don't want any adult stores, as in a massage parlor, bookstore, any of those things. And we also don't want large-scale housing. We want to keep it single family. And also the thing is be careful about the parking. Thank you very much.
Olson. I live at 4246 Sheridan Drive here in Royal Oak. With 5 houses off of Woodward, so I am concerned about the use of the Woodward corridor. I'm opposed to any businesses along there that require large amounts of parking because there simply isn't parking available along Woodward, which would force people into my neighborhood, parking in front of my house, near my house. It sounds like one of them NIMBY people, but it's not conducive to improving Royal Oak by using neighborhoods as parking. Also, businesses and high-rises. I'm opposed to any zoning changes for the Woodward corridor and changes to the master plan. Thank you very much. Okay.
My name is Carol Hodgen. I've been a Royal Oak resident for 53 years. I live on Arlington in the Beverly Hills subdivision. My topic is general planning and adult businesses along the Woodward corridor. I respectfully demand that our commissioners in the planning and city commissions listen to the residents of the Royal Oak neighborhoods. You represent us. But first of all, keep us informed. Mail meaningful information to us, not just when you are running for election. We have a right as taxpayers to know by written notice before a very important decision is made. I do not want the master plan changed. We have beautiful neighborhoods which we want preserved. Why would you want to bring back a massage parlor on Woodward, which caused numerous problems in the past? I am very opposed to adult businesses and marijuana on the Woodward corridor. I live very close to Birmingham, where I have to step across 14 miles to see respectable stores. We have an opportunity to continue to make Woodward in Royal Oak an avenue to be proud of. I am in favor of in-person meetings. Select a very large venue. People will wear masks if necessary. It may have to be outdoors. Or if you can't do that, hold off on some of these decisions. Thank you very much for listening to a concerned resident.
Hello, this is Kirk Jude Goddard, living at 2332 Benjamin Avenue, Royal Oak, Michigan, 48073. I'm making comment in regards to the potential changes of the master plan for Royal Oak. And I'm concerned that as a resident of Royal Oak, I've received so little information about these proposed changes. And I would like greater opportunities then to provide feedback, and I'd like to have more public meetings. I would certainly, in regards to the master plan, want to recognize that protecting our neighborhoods is goal number one, and that in one specific changing the proposed 2 spaces per dwelling are required under section 770107 to 1.3, to me is counterproductive, since most individuals drive cars. If 2 people are going to live in a residence, then they will require 2 cars. So that's my specific comment, besides the fact that I would certainly like to see something in regards to these changes and the opportunity to give more comment. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Finley. I live at 2114 Northwood Boulevard, where I have lived for 32 years. And before that, I lived at Crooks. So I've lived in Royal Oak all my life. I'm presenting my input for your barely publicized meeting regarding city development. You need to recognize and respect the city master plan and put residential neighborhoods and preservation of those neighborhoods at the top of the list. Do not develop ideas and strategies aimed at that are not aimed at protecting neighborhoods. Take the time and invest the money to obtain input for those residents who live near any changes that you're making. Take the time to schedule at least 2 in-person town halls at large venues when COVID permits, and actually listen to the residents. Set priorities and draft amendments after the in-person meetings are allowed. Don't be in a rush. Mail meaningful, informative, nonpartisan notices to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor when making changes or making proposed changes. Provide independent expert parking, traffic, and neighborhood impact studies for any changes. Keep adult business ordinances and add marijuana establishments to it. And remember that you have been elected to represent the residents of Royal Oak, not potential or existing developers. Thank you.
My name is John Swink. I live on Samoset. I wanted to comment on the proposal to amend the master plan. Oak has been known for decades as a city with beautiful tree-lined streets, ample yards that allow breathing space between homes. The changes to this master plan, as I understand, would allow lots to be split and 2 houses to be built on the smaller lot. This would destroy the ambience of this city. A drive through Birmingham shows what would happen in Royal Oak. Increasing building height to 5 stories would also not be beneficial. I do not see how these proposals would benefit the current residents of Royal Oak, but would only provide a windfall for developers. If this is such a great idea, why not put it on the ballot and let the residents decide? Thank you.
This is Caroline Sheldon, 2723 Bamlet. In regard to general planning, please recognize that protecting our neighborhoods is the #1 goal of our master plan. Please do not amend any master plan or provisions that protect our neighborhoods. Do not amend any zoning ordinances provisions that protect neighborhoods, including physical variances. It needs to be more than 1.3 parking spots per dwelling. This is an outdated formula. There is already an overabundance of street parking throughout the city. We need to develop new plans and strategies that enhance neighborhood preservation, not just line the pockets of those building the building. There must be at least 2 in-person town hall meetings at large venues once coronavirus permits, or Zoom meetings where appropriate, where input from those of us who live or own property near Woodward and use it can be provided. Our input is of true necessity. Please set priorities and draft amendments after in-person meetings are allowed.
don't shove this through when we aren't allowed to provide meaningful input. Mailing of meaningful, informative notices to everyone within 1,000 feet of the wooded corridor is a necessity. Lastly, true independent experts on traffic, parking, and neighborhood impact studies needs to be completed. We don't need more debacles like Starbucks on 13 Mile and Woodward, or developers making a one-time profit at the cost of the rest of us in the neighborhood. You residents should be your number one priority, not the dollars received from developers. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Gail McGuire, and I live on Arlington Street. I live between Normandy and 14 Mile and between Greenfield and Woodward. I do not live anywhere close to the downtown area of Royal Oak. You have put hundreds of thousands of dollars into that area and nothing but a few trees along Woodward in my area. I don't think we are asking a lot when we ask not to put adult businesses such as marijuana shops, pawn shops, massage parlors, and such in our neighborhood. All we ask is that our neighborhood be left a family-oriented area where it is safe to raise children and take walks. It is unbelievable to me that you are even talking about removing the adult business ordinance. Please do not even consider this. It will ruin our area. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Denise Borowski, 304 Mount Vernon Boulevard, Royal Oak, and I'm calling in regards to the Planning Commission meeting tonight. I would just like to express that I would like for you to continue to recognize that protecting our neighborhoods is the number one goal of our master plan. Please do not amend the many master plan provisions that protect our neighborhoods. Please do not amend any zoning ordinance provisions that protect neighborhoods. I'd like you to develop some new ideas and strategies that enhance neighborhood preservation. And when these changes are occurring, to at least schedule 2 in-person town meetings at large venues to be able to protect our master plan and the goal of protecting our neighborhoods. It would be great if mailings could be meant and mailed out to people within 1,000 feet of the parcel in concern. We need to do some independent expert parking and traffic and neighborhood impact studies. And I'd also like to add that we need to keep the adult business ordinance and add the marijuana establishments to that same ordinance. Again, please, zoning board, please recognize that protecting our neighborhoods is the number one goal of our master plan. Thank you.
Susan Duchateau, 248-677-3832, 4133 Amherst Road, Royal Oak. General planning comments. I would like the commission to act on recognizing that protecting our neighborhoods is goal number one of our master plan. I would wish that they not amend the master plan provisions that protect neighborhoods, not amend any zoning ordinance provision that protects neighborhoods, and I wish they would develop new ideas and strategies that enhance neighborhood preservation. I wish that they would schedule at least 2 in-person town hall meetings at large venues when coronavirus permits. I wish that they would obtain input from those who live or own property near Woodward and use it. I wish that they would set priorities and draft amendments after in-person meetings are allowed. I hope that they would mail meaningful, informative notices to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor. I wish that they would provide independent expert parking, traffic, and neighborhood impact studies, which is very, very important. And I would like them to keep the adult business ordinance and add to it the marijuana establishment. Sorry, repeat that. Keep the adult business ordinance and add marijuana establishments to it. Thank you very much.
That completes the public comment called in on general items for the Planning Commission this evening.
Right. Thank
Mr.
you.
Casada,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and maybe Mr. Twing can answer this question. I guess I'm a little confused from all the public comment that we received tonight. It seems like there's some information that's circulating that we're changing the master plan tonight. I know we had a joint workshop and there were some ideas that planning commissioners and city commissioners brought up, but I'm not aware of any impending changes of adding pornographic stores on Woodward. Is that something we're dealing with tonight? I mean, maybe I missed something.
No, there's nothing on the agenda regarding either the master plan or zoning ordinance changes other than the public hearing related to the tree ordinance section.
Right. And just as if we were going to make significant changes to the master plan, just like we've had in the past, we would have all of these notices and, you know, a comprehensive 2-year process where we would, and the public would be you know, big part of this discussion and we would get input. I mean, if history holds true, correct?
Yes, the amendments to the master plan go through a specific process. And no, we haven't even considered amendments to the master plan at this point. The joint meeting minutes from the zoning board planning commission meeting referenced some sections of the zoning ordinance that both the planning commission and the zoning board members wanted to have a discussion about. And we were going to discuss those later in terms of priorities as part of the planning commission meeting discussion tonight. So I think there'll be some discussion on those items later, but there won't be any action.
Yeah, there's no action, no changes, nothing written in the ordinances. You know, and although ideas may have been proposed here and there, I mean, that's part of the transparency process. And if Mr. Casada will just give me a couple more minutes, I want to thank everyone once again for calling in and, you know, expressing your concerns about changes. I don't think there's a person on this planning commission or on the city commission that would advocate for pornographic shops. Let's move to get, you know, massage parlors and pornographic shops all over Woodward and not protect our neighborhoods. I think everybody here, you know, we either have families or raising children. We're looking to protect our neighborhoods and balance changes around us to make sure that, you know, our neighborhoods remain protected and discussions need to take place. But I think, unfortunately, it sounds like, once again, there's somebody out there that is spreading fibs to the public for whatever reason. I suspect probably financial compensation. I have no idea. But there's something going on out here that is unfortunately trying to derail the important dialogue and, you know, put information out there that is patently false. And it really makes me sad, and it makes me sad for all the people that get worked up, because we as planning commissioners have sit here through lots of public comment listening to people that, if the facts were true, should be upset, but they're not. And unfortunately, this isn't appropriate or helpful in the dialogue that we need to take place. And so thank you everyone for calling in, and thank you for your opinions. They matter, and we probably agree with almost all of them, with the exception that some of the facts that you're being told aren't facts, and in fact they're outright falsehoods. And so you know, I apologize that information, I feel badly that someone is telling you something that may not be completely true. And frankly speaking, you know, after sitting here at planning commission and last night at city commission, hearing a particular individual talk a lot about pornographic stores and massage parlors is frankly creeping me out a little bit, and I wish it would stop. So to the public that took the time to call in, thank you. Sadly, it sounds like there's been some misinformation out there, and I ask you to stay tuned in this meeting because it sounds like we're going to have a discussion later tonight about the work session that we had, the brainstorming session. And look, we're with you. We all live in this community. We all live in the neighborhoods. We all have raised families, raising families, living here. We care just about our community just as much as you. And I think, you know, take that as the base assumption first, and let's go from there. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mr. Casada.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other comments before we move on? All right. Seeing none, I believe we'll move on to the first order of new business is a public hearing on a special land use and a site plan. Special land use first to convert a former bank into a veterinary office and at 509 East 13 Mile Road. Mr. Twing, can you bring us up to speed?
Certainly. The site in question is located on the north side of East 13 Mile Road. It's just east of Rochester Road. As you indicated, the petitioner is proposing to renovate an existing bank building into a veterinary office and hospital. The site is in the neighborhood business zoning district. In that district, veterinary offices are considered a special land use and allowed, provided there's no outdoor exercise run or pens. As part of this site plan and request, they are proposing to fence a yard area that is under what is the canopy for the former drive-through stations. As those outside area pens are not allowed specifically in the neighborhood business district, because it is a special land use, the Planning Commission would have to grant permission to seek that variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. So that's one item as part of your consideration this evening. I would point out that the site does comply with city parking requirements. There are 34 parking spaces provided on the site. Based on the usable square footage of the proposed building, they're only required to have 18. They are also providing additional landscaping to comply with the revisions for the trees being removed. In terms of the site plan, as I said, the zoning board, you'd have to grant permission to go to the zoning board for the outdoor exercise run. The other item that we've discussed with the petitioner and the Planning Commission may want to look at is whether or not the one-way driveway along the east side of the site should remain or be removed and landscaped. The remaining contingencies under the site plan are all our standard contingencies regarding lighting, compliance with building codes, and performance bonds and signage. If there's any questions on either of those, I'd be happy to address them.
Any questions for Mr. Twing? All right, seeing none, hearing none, I would ask the petitioner to come forward and give us a presentation.
Good evening. My name is Robert Cliff with MGA Architects, 4351 Delemere Court, Royal Oak, Michigan. I'm here tonight with Dr. Catherine Boatman. She should be on this link somewhere. And we're here today to present our request for a special land use and site plan approval for converting the existing Bank of America building into a veterinary office. Dr. Boatman has been searching the Royal Oak area for quite a long time, looking for a property that would be appropriate for her practice. She's very anxious to move into this location, and she has high hopes that she can service this area with her veterinary skills, what she considers underserved in that Royal Oak area. She would like to simply convert the existing bank building, which is about 4,400 square feet. We're not going to do anything on the exterior other than remove an old ATM machine, add a few windows, add a single man door. Basically, the existing building will stay 95% the way it is now, which is in very good shape. It's a well-maintained building. As Tim had said, we are well under what we need for our parking requirements. Our landscaping is going to stay pretty much as it is because it is well landscaped and again was well maintained. There is an existing blue spruce on the site that's right adjacent to the pole mount sign. We are requesting that we remove that spruce and replace it with a couple new trees because you can't even see the sign when you're traveling eastbound on 13 Mile Road. The sign does meet the current ordinance requirements. It does not exceed it in height or size. Also, we are also looking at the pen itself. The area that we were talking about, which is we call the fenced-in yard, is basically an area for the staff to sort of decompress, and also so they can walk out a dog safely out there when they're under their care. The doctor's really concerned about, dogs have a propensity sometimes to want to slip from their leash, and with all the traffic that are associated with the location that they're in, they're really concerned about keeping the animals safe. Beyond that, Dr. Boatman's here if you have any specific questions regarding her practice. I'm sure she'd be happy to answer them. And if there's any questions you may have in addition to what I've already said, I'd be happy to answer it.
Are there questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Douglas had her hand up first.
So just to clarify, the fenced-in area isn't a dog run. It's for human use and occasional canine use.
That's correct. The dogs have to, if a dog's under their patient care, obviously the dog needs to relieve itself, and they want to do it in a safe area that they don't want to have the dog be able to run free into traffic potentially. Plus, as I said, with veterinary offices, it's very stressful. It's a very stressful sort of business that they're in. And the doctor wants to make sure the staff has an area to decompress in, an outdoor space that's actually covered so they could technically use it all year round. So it's going to be nice. It's going to have a artificial turf put down over top of the asphalt. It'll have the canopy, and it'll have a 6-foot decorative fence all the way around it.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Klooster, you had your hand up before.
Yes, and I think it was kind of answered with that last commentary. I just want to confirm that the intent is not to do any boarding or any overnight stays for any pets here, and the outdoor area would be more for light pet relief during appointments as necessary.
That's correct.
I see the petitioner has raised her hand, and if I will call on her, but she has to unmute yourself.
I think I'm unmuted now.
You are correct.
I'm not doing any boarding and no grooming. I've actually worked in practice now 10 years, and all of my practices have done that, and it's rather quite annoying. So confirm you that absolutely no boarding. Basically, it's just for when I have surgeries and I have dogs or sick dogs that are in for the day for drop-off exams or something like that. Again, to just walk them in a safe environment. And as I said, I really want to, my business plan is very much around de-stressing the veterinary field. It's really crazy, especially with social media. And so just an area to kind of have lunch outside, have a little, just an area to walk outside and just take a breath.
All right, thank you. Any other, Ms. Beakey?
I have a couple different questions. What is the fence material? I think the 6-foot in the enclosure sounds good, but I'm just curious what the material is.
We specified on the drawings a dog-eared fence, no pun intended. It'll be wood, it'll be stained, and basically it'd be a standard residential fence with posts every 8 foot sunk into the asphalt, and it'll encompass the entire fenced area. There will be one gate that if the doctors so choose, they could drop off, a person could pick up their pet, often, on occasion, from the fenced in area rather than coming through the building itself. Plus, we also need access in there for maintenance and so forth.
Well, especially with the current virus situation, picking up maybe outside is also beneficial in that sense of not coming into the building.
Yeah, that is another plus.
With regarding to the landscaping, I understand the existing landscaping, and when I read these there's 4 different things on the agenda. I'm not remembering correctly. If this one Tim, does this have sufficient landscaping per the ratio of the overall square footage? I'm not sure if I saw that
Yes.
in this one. It is already consistent? Okay. And I just want to comment, I comment always on this, is when you are going to do the landscaping, I read in your business proposal, again, you're interested in improving and the environment as well as taking care of the pets. Just if you can choose native deciduous trees or have landscaping that does not require poisonous chemical use, any of those things that you can move in that direction on your property, that'd be greatly appreciated. Not mandated, but appreciated. And then also, given the fact that you don't need as much parking, if there are ways to make those spaces more amenable to the environment through this process, Tim mentioned potentially maybe redoing that one driveway, or if there are spaces that are unnecessary and you even having big planter boxes with plants that are beneficial. Again, our native pollinators and such need a lot of support given our human activities. So anything that you could do that fits well within your plan would be appreciated.
Just a comment on that. I definitely am going to want to move forward with that, but probably not do much of that right now, just because right now it is such a large space for my startup. But absolutely part of my business plan is to very much go green. No paper, recyclable stuff, low flow toilets, things like that. These are all kind of things that will probably eventually be put in, and absolutely more green space is awesome.
Thank you. Any other questions for petitioner from the commission? Okay, I have a couple questions for the petitioner and Mr. Cliff. By the way, nice to see you in person.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So just, I don't know, I don't have a dog. I was a cat person, but so is it typical, I mean, other veterinary facilities, do they have an outdoor space for this? Is this typical, or is this something a little bit of a luxury, just so I know?
They have oftentimes, like, let's say Dorcas Dog and Cat Hospital that I just came from, it's on Greenfield and 10 Mile, because again, it's on Greenfield and 10 Mile. When Dorcas back in the day, 40 years ago, made the building, there's a fenced in area in the back for walking pets. Now again, he did boarding and grooming. Greenfield Animal Hospital, when it was on Greenfield and 9 Mile 30 years ago, or 20 years ago, I was actually a kennel person who walked animals, and I was so nervous every time I walked them because there was no fenced in. They had a kind of a backyard area that was next to the synagogue there. So it's green space that I wasn't on the road, but I had fears every single time I walked them. And if you look at the space at the bank, there's very little, because of the landscaping, which I think is great because there's not a lot of grass to mow. But because of that, there's literally not a lot of space that's not really adjacent to the roads or adjacent to the McDonald's. It's extremely busy. The drive-through traffic that's going through there to the McDonald's or to the Rochester Road from 13 Mile or to the oil shop there is very busy. So I am concerned about kind of blocking that. Is it a luxury? Probably. I mean, you could probably consider that.
Okay,
but again,
but I think you, not to interrupt, but I think you answered my question is other veterinary facilities don't have a space like this. The staff takes the animals and walks them through the neighborhood or something.
Yes.
Okay, so this is on your site. So now I have a question for your architect. This is going to be artificial turf. Is there drainage under this, or how do you keep this clean?
Well, there's surface drainage right now. I mean, the grading was sloped to drain to begin with. Now we're looking into our options for what we can put for artificial turf. Worst case is if we can't find a way to get the drainage to be where we want it, maybe we use smaller select areas to just have it so the dogs could walk comfortably on it, and the rest of it would stay I believe it's concrete underneath the drive-through. So it's something we certainly will address as we move forward if we're given an approval for this fenced-in area. But the goal ultimately is to provide as much soft material on the ground as possible.
All right, and there's well, my question goes to keeping it clean, issues that may happen with odors. You're not very close to a neighborhood, but you in order to assess this, we have to look at the harmonious aspect with the neighborhood. So I'm asking about how you're keeping it clean, and it sounds like you've thought about it, but you don't have a final plan yet.
Well, we're going to have a hose bib out there. And obviously, I believe the doctor would agree that as soon as a dog poops, they would pick it up. It has to be disposed of right away. And because obviously the staff doesn't want to sit out there when there's, it needs to be clean, it needs to be fresh, it needs to be well maintained.
Okay. Is there a hose bib out there now?
No, there isn't, but we will be providing one.
Okay. Okay. All right. The only other question I have is about the driveway. The driveway that goes around the east side of the building is only there so the cars could go under the canopy when there was a bank there. Now that you're going to block that off, I think that the staff report raised the issue about that driveway. What's going to become of that driveway in the meantime? Is it going to be used for parking, or is there any delivery or drop-off issue there? What is that going to be used for?
Well, right now the driveway, we've called it out as a private drive, one way. We've designated it as one-way drive. The goal, there would be possibly some circulation via some pet owners who would come around that from the front towards the back along that side of the building to access the area for the fence yard if they were going to pick up their dog there or cat there. And beyond that, we really haven't got a lot of other use specified. It's there certainly, and if we were to tear it out at this point, it is a cost to the doctor that is tough to swallow at this point because she is a startup and she's investing an incredible amount of money in this property as it is to get this practice started.
Seems like it would be tough to turn a car around in there. Is there enough room?
Well, we've left clear space. There was an old drive around at the end of the canopy that allows enough room. I think they had it when they had the old ATMs up. So there's enough room to move a car past I guess would be the east end of our fenced yard. Okay. There are structural bollards there.
Okay. I wondered that. Thank you. All right. I don't have any other questions. Anybody else have a question for the petitioner or the architect? All right. Well, then I would, Ms. Beakey, sorry.
I'm sorry, back on the landscaping, my comment was a general one, but on this artificial turf, I have a different one. I mean, have you considered other more environmentally friendly options for that? Because again, everything I've read about any kind of artificial turf, the runoff, the damage to the water system, all those things. I know this isn't that big of an area, but it's just not. I know that the people who sell it say it's good, but everything I've read from everyone who rips it out because they've decided it's ruining their water systems, aren't there better options that could be something natural? I mean, even the small sand area, that if you're going to keep it clean, more so than the runoff. I don't know. That concerns me hearing that.
Okay. Well, we have to look at the materials that are options. Certainly, the doctor and I are both avid green folk. We want the best for the world and the planet. I don't like, I want the most green space we can get. And in this case, we certainly, let's put it this way, if it didn't have the canopy roof, we certainly would consider even lawn area. But unfortunately, it's not going to ever see the light of day, so to speak, with that big canopy over it. But we will look at some options that are more eco-friendly when it comes to the, I guess even the carpeting material we'd be maybe looking at. Maybe artificial turf isn't the right necessary term, but our goal is to provide something that's eco-friendly for both the environment and the patients that are being seen there.
The other thing though, real quick, is that most clinics like Dorcas Dog and Cat Hospital, they use pea gravel, very small amount of grass there, and a big, large walkway, because there's a dumpster out there too. Blue Pearl is, in their facility, is a squared pea gravel. I worked at an old practice out in Port Huron, and again, pea gravel. Most don't use grass, one, because of the contractibility of parasites and bacteria. It's easier to sanitize and keep those pets safe. Again, using a hose, rinsing it off, sanitizing it. And I think you're going to get the same runoff essentially because there's little green space there that if it wasn't there, they'd be peeing on the asphalt, and then it goes to your older. Urine on asphalt stinks a lot.
All right. So was there another question there? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just think the question about the runoff, and maybe I think I just understood it, that I mean, my first instinct was, well, this is a covered area, you're not going to have any stormwater runoff. The issue is really dealing with when you sanitize when you wash the turf, carpet, whatever you want to call it, what do you do with that water? And maybe that's a consideration in your design, you know, maybe where it's elevated a little bit, or there's a capture area, and things can be, you know, disposed of properly. But I don't see like a big, you know, if it's something with the material of the turf or whatever, my first instinct was, well, there's no rain going on it, maybe a little side rain, but it's the spraying down, cleaning after, what do you do when you rinse it off? So now I think I understand. I think my question was answered. But I mean, the dogs are going to go somewhere, right? You know what I mean? So that's, you know, and we do need veterinary hospitals and caretakers. So it's not something that can, you know, need them in our community.
All right. I guess I'm going to ask one last question of the petitioner. Are there occasions where you might have a dog where you say, this dog needs to go for a walk, and take him into the neighborhood anyways?
No, because again, they'll be all patients and if they need a little bit more space to walk, which they probably won't, there is green space that we would walk. To get to the neighborhood, you'd have to go through, there's I don't know what you call it, a little short cement wall.
It's a screen wall.
Get to the neighborhood. It'd be walking around the current landscaping property that is there for the bank.
Okay.
She would have to take the dog around the parking lot and through the driveway and around that. And that driveway gets a lot of traffic coming off, you know, people working their way to McDonald's or to the oil change shop. So it's a little hectic over there.
Okay, so the answer is there's no plans to do that.
No.
Okay. All right. I did forget to ask Ms. Schwinger, is there any public comments? I forgot to ask. Are there any?
There were no public comments concerning this agenda item.
Okay, thanks. And then I think I saw Mr. Gantina's hand up.
Yeah, that was actually my question. I wasn't sure if my video was working, so I do have a question. Understanding that they're still looking at different treatments to go over the concrete, would you say that the method of cleaning and sanitizing that area in terms of just kind of hosing it down and relying on surface drainage, you mentioned other similar practices that have an outdoor area that you're proposing. Understand that their site might be a little bit different, but would you say the practice that you were mentioning is consistent with the way that other similar types of facilities would be cleaned as well? And the standard that you're using isn't necessarily any less or better than a similar use elsewhere?
No, the sanitization for pea gravel, like I said, the pea gravel, no one that I know of outside of like California and some other places out there use artificial turf. It's mostly pea gravel because it's expensive, because it's cheap. I'm not looking necessary for cheap. So again, a soft surface for them to walk on besides gravel. I don't like to walk on gravel in my bare feet.
Dogs don't either.
But so the sanitization, and also it's going to be as environmentally friendly as I can. There doesn't need to be a super stringent, disinfectant. It's mostly just getting kind of rinsing the bacteria off. So it's not going to be actually anything environmentally dangerous because again, I want to live on this earth for as long as I can. So it's going to be very environmentally stable, maybe even just as such as, a soft soap that is detergent friendly and, I can't remember the thing that's in like soaps and stuff like that. But again, it's environmentally friendly as I can to keep it sanitized.
All right, thank you. I see the mayor has a question or comment.
And not to belabor that point, but I mean, the alternative is that, and I'm not in your business, Dr. Bowman, so I can't say, but I imagine that you'll pick up the feces of the dogs and that'll be disposed of as if you were to do it on a walk in a neighborhood or in the parking lot or whatever. and I can't believe I'm saying this at a planning commission using it, but you know, the dog urinates, and that could happen in the parking lot, and that will go down into the drain and be rinsed down. And remember, in Royal Oak, I mean, unfortunately, our system, and I would have to imagine in this area in particular, it's a combined system anyways. So it's not like we're putting this water into a clean stormwater area. It's going into the same water that, you know, when the house adjacent or inside this building, when a customer or an employee flushes the toilet, it's more than likely 99%, 95% going to the same treatment. I mean, that's how it was designed back in the day. It's not the best design, but that's what we have. So when we think about the environmental impact, I think that one, it's good to talk about it, but when I think about this in detail, I see that, you know, it's probably all going to the same place, whether you approve the turf or not.
All right, Ms. Beakey.
One last indulgent comment that's a little bit separate but relevant to one I've made in the past, and I think we need to think of this as we think about the connection between neighborhoods and businesses. Again, we've had these walls put in to block headlights from neighborhoods, but they also often have no permeability for walking, and it forces people to walk, as they just described, through driveways, which is not the ideal. If you want people to be able to walk from their home to the vet, they shouldn't have to walk around through the busy area or walk through a driveway. So again, this is a general comment for you to think about in the future, where when it comes time to repair the wall, or when it comes time to create those small openings and permeability, so those people who live nearby don't have to drive their pet to you. And then for ourselves, there's something in the way our rules are working that is decreasing permeability for walkers and bikers from neighborhoods, and they're forced into driveways to cut through. And it's the same at the farmers market in Royal Oak. It's the same at some of the schools. And just in general, when we get to that point, I'd like us to look at how we can make sure the connectivity, other than auto access, is addressed when we're working on these different plans. Again, that's for you in the future in this particular case, but I just wanted to put that on the record for ourselves, because I brought it up in other cases.
All right, thank you. All right.
So, Gary, could I ask you to actually open the public hearing and then close it? Because it wasn't noticed public hearing.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you. I will now open the public hearing on behalf of the Planning Commission. Are there any public comments on this agenda item? I think the answer was no.
There weren't any.
Okay. Given that previous comment, I will now close the public hearing, and we'll proceed back to the Planning Commission for a discussion, a motion, and resolution of this agenda item. Mr. Cantina.
So I just want to have a quick discussion around parking and permeability. It seems like they've got a unique issue in the sense that they have an overabundance of parking based on what's required. I also do appreciate the applicant's statements about it being a startup business, and obviously minimizing initial expenses is a concern for them. But my question, I guess the conversation I'd like our body to have is it possible for us to potentially require the removal of a certain number of parking spaces and replaced with some sort of pervious area at some date, by some date certain, to allow the applicant to, I guess, a little bit more flexibility in how long they have to be in compliance with that request, but at the same time, ultimately getting more pervious surface within the city, which is the ultimate intent of sort of the comment. So I guess I'll bring that up for discussion. I'm not sure if it's even possible for us to do.
It sounds, just to me, it sounds like a site plan issue rather than a special land use issue. But maybe that's the next thing we're doing.
You are correct, and I'm jumping the gun. I apologize.
All right. All right. Any further? I will say this about the. I'll make a couple comments. First of all, the standards, the basis of determination. I start off with this. The master plan has this targeted as general commercial, which would include things like garden sales, building materials, supplies, car dealerships. I think this use certainly is a lower impact use than those things. So I think it's certainly harmonious with the master plan going forward. I also think that it's designed, constructed, and it appears to be intended to be operated and maintained to be harmonious with the existing character of the general vicinity. Certainly, there's commercial on either side. There's a major street to the south, and to the north, there's a 25-foot setback on the other side of that short wall, which separates it even further from the neighborhood. I do not think it'll be hazardous or disturbing, and to the area, and it should be an improvement. It's adequately served, so it meets the criteria, and I would suggest that somebody else should make a motion. Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'll move approval of the special land use.
I'll second.
Seconded by the mayor. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, I will call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Gontina?
Yes.
Ms. Beakey?
Yes.
Mr. Klooster?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. The motion passes. Congratulations to the petitioner. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Next.
Site plan. I need the site plan dealt with.
Oh, yes. Forgot the site plan. I just mentioned it and then I forgot it. I apologize.
You scared me.
Go on to the site plan. All right. All right. This is not a public hearing. This is on the site plan. And Mr. Twing, please bring us up to speed. Apologize.
Well, I did kind of cover it. The basic requirements were, one, you've approved the special land use and granted the permission to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So that's the first item in regards to the outdoor run area in terms of that use. The second item was in regards to the driveway and whether the Planning Commission wanted it to be removed or allowed to continue to exist pursuant to the site plan. All the remaining items are standard contingencies for compliance with lighting and signage and so forth. So,
Mr. Tring, can you address Mr. Gantina's question, if you have a comment on that?
Well, the Planning Commission, when associated with a special land use, has a wide discretion in terms of adding contingencies to either the special land use or the site plan. You would have to indicate what the additional item is kind of mitigating or your reasoning for adding a contingency to it. But in regards to parking, very similarly, if you want the driveway removed, you can bless it with removal of parking spaces and replacement with either landscaping or some other material. If you do so, I would simply indicate that you would want to articulate your reasons for those additional conditions.
All right. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Douglas.
Mr. Twing, what purpose would be served by removing the east side driveway? Why might we consider that?
Oh, I think it does go back to the discussion the Planning Commission has had in the past in terms of hard surfacing and trying to address stormwater runoff. It's not a needed driveway. It's not a required driveway. It's not required hard surface material. It was there, as was indicated earlier, to simply service the drive-through and provide access to the drive-through. So those are the primary reasons that I would point that out. We didn't get into parking because you never know whether eliminating parking spaces is enough. So we didn't get into that, but the driveway serves no required or purpose.
All right, thank you. Regarding the site plan, are there any questions for the petitioners who are still here, or have we covered the field? All right, I don't see any questions. Is there a discussion about this site plan or a motion? Mr. Gantina.
Well, I just have one more question for Mr. Twing. If he could address our ability to, I guess, make any of those requirements, I guess, in effect at some date in the future. I guess what I'm trying to get to is an understanding on if we can allow some flexibility for the applicant to establish their business and at some point in the future still stipulate the changes that we might be requesting. So if, as an example, if we determine that we do want to abandon that driveway and actually have the asphalt removed, and the reasoning being to create more pervious surface. And I will say I drove through there today. That is a tight turn, and I had a rather small vehicle going through there, and it was a tight turn. So I'm not sure if I see the purpose of the driveway. But do we have the ability to give the applicant some time to be able to be in compliance with that request, or is it would that fall under the wide discretion that you had mentioned before?
Well, the Planning Commission does have discretion in terms of that. The Zoning Board of Appeals has granted temporary variances in the past. You can do that. My problem with that from an administrative standpoint is once the project is approved and occupancy is granted, enforcement of something a year, 2 years from now, when the petitioner property owner isn't going through the renovation process, to then make them do it with some financial additional consideration in the future is somewhat difficult, and may cause more problems than requiring it right now. So it's an issue that I think you have the ability to do, but the actual enforcement of it is difficult. I mean, we can hold a site bond for a period of time, but that's a cost as well. So
that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Beaky.
So maybe I would like to hear from anyone else if they have this consideration. Then again, to my comment earlier, which I guess was more appropriate to the site plan than the earlier issue, with regard to native plants versus the local. I mean, something that wouldn't cost that much more to require the plantings that are updated or improved to be native Michigan plants. I mean, the trees, the grasses tend to be more resilient. They need less watering. I would be inclined to include that in this because that's something that can be achieved within the time frame, but I would like to see if other people have support for that because I don't want to be the only person that's required.
Commissioner Douglas.
Mr. Twing, does the city have, I mean, we have an arborist. Does the city have a list of recommended planting materials?
There is a list of plant material, landscape materials included in the zoning ordinance. And I do believe the DPS, Department of Public Services, does have an arborist on staff. They're generally not involved in development projects unless specifically asked to be.
So perhaps, because this has come up more than once, perhaps we need to be, aside from what we're thinking about here today, developing that list of not approved materials. I don't want to be that restrictive, but recommended materials, indigenous, sustainable, and maybe look to the Public Works Department to help us in that endeavor.
Certainly, and again, I would suggest the Planning Commission members that are, I guess, feeling that there are some specific things they'd like to see, we can get you the zoning ordinance sections that contain those items, and if there's an amendment to that section that you would like to see brought forth, we can certainly do that.
Yes, could we do that, please? I think that sounds like a good long-range solution. Not that I want to embroil today's applicant in those requirements.
Certainly.
And with that said, I'm going to move approval of the site plan.
There's a second.
For clarity, is the driveway left in or taken out?
With the driveway left in.
Support.
Or by Mr. Closer. Is there discussion of this motion to approve the site plan as stated without any change to the existing driveway? That's what's on the table. Commissioner Douglas.
I mean, if we were dealing with a site where someone was doing substantial soil work, groundwork anyway, and installing new paving, I would think then we would want to look at making sure that they incorporate as much green space as possible. But I'm just disinclined to put this applicant through the expense of tearing up that driveway just because. I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Other comments? Oh, Mr. Cantina.
I just wanted to, I guess, state that I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Douglas. You know, if the circumstances were a little bit different, as much as I'd like to try to incorporate more permeability into the overall site, I do think it's maybe a little bit onerous to the applicant to have them sort of tear out anything that's there if that's not already being planned. So I'll be supporting it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the desire to, remove the drive and put the green space there, but I think Commissioner Douglas has convinced me that, they're not doing any of that work right now, and that is a burden. And, although it would provide an incremental benefit, it would be somewhat nominal in the grand scheme of things. And just like the native species or indigenous species discussion, and I know I'm going way out of line here, but I mean, I think for some of this stuff, we should probably, if as a board, we believe that, for site plans that permeability is important, then we should have some guidelines either codified in our ordinances or part of our, other means to let applicants know ahead of time, like, hey, we think that there should be a target of a 10% on every new project, 10% permeable, whether that's through pavers or through grass or, whatever it may be. That probably is something that I know we should achieve and strive for, and we've talked about it, but it's, and I think in other bigger projects, I think definitely we command it because we can do it and it makes sense and it's a nominal cost for the overall price of the project. But, it's things we have to balance, but I do think we have to head, as far as our sustainability plan, the city has made it a priority this year. So I think, this body here should have a lot of influence and input into that priority heading into 2021.
Ms. Beakey.
I was just going to echo that again. I would encourage the petitioners to look into the native species. Again, we don't have anything specific to command or demand that. And I agree wholeheartedly that we should tie this into our sustainability plan, which again, should be something that's ahead of time that various developments can look at. And I'm very happy to contribute to any and all of those discussions. And again, as Char Douglas talked about, again, with the driveway, et cetera, in a bigger project, I would also be more inclined to go with the more permeability. But in this circumstance, I think it would be good to support as is moving forward.
All right, thank you. I've just commented to the petitioner. I think any comment, although you've raised your hand, I think at this point it's probably unnecessary. So I'd like to finish the discussion here. In fact, I'll make a comment, is that this petitioner selected this particular parcel, and it so happens that it's, like I said, it fits right in with the master plan, but the fact that it already complies with the landscaping ordinance, it seems like there's no compelling reason here to impose further landscaping under these circumstances. Plus, it's a startup. I wish nothing but good luck for the petitioner, but you don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. So if we add some long-term, something with a long-term effect that could affect future use of that parcel, it doesn't seem to be wise to me at this point in time when it meets the other aspects of the ordinance. So I will also support the motion. Any other comments? All right, hearing none, I will call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Gantina.
Yes.
Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So Motion passes unanimously. Now I can congratulate the petitioner and wish him well. Sorry about that before. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, Dr. Bowman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have the next, what did I do with my agenda? I don't know what I did with it, but that's okay. The next item is special land use and site plan to convert a former print shop, Alco Printing Services, into a fitness center, Detroit Sweat Fitness at 4921 Delemere. This is public hearing on the special land use and then the site plan, same procedure. Mr. Twing, can you bring us up to speed?
Certainly. You've covered a little bit of it in terms of the request. The site is on the west side of Delemere, north of 14. It is zoned general industrial, and the petitioner is proposing to renovate the building that used to be a former print shop into a fitness center. According to the submitted information, workouts would be by appointment only, be limited to 10 occupants at any one time. One of the provisions that's in the zoning ordinance regarding fitness centers is a determination by the Planning Commission that the lot size and frontage is adequate to support the proposal. There is no minimum requirement, so it's kind of a determination of during site plan and special land use approval. As we indicated in the report, fitness centers are not a listed use in general industrial, but we've made a determination in the past that they fit in with indoor recreational facilities and have treated them under those provisions. So the parking provisions are basically based on occupancy count as determined by the building code for those facilities. And the building code indicates that there's 4 people allowed per 50 square feet, or a maximum of 1, excuse me. So we divide it by that, and this site, in terms of usable space, is almost 2,400 square feet. Using that maximum occupancy number, the site would require approximately 47, would allow 47 people. And require 12 off-street parking spaces. So one of the determinations would be that the Planning Commission would grant permission for the petitioner to seek a variance of 7 parking spaces from the Zoning Board of Appeals in that regard, and that the site provides 5 on site. In terms of the site plan memo, that really is all our standard contingencies along with the one for the zoning board to grant those variances. That's
all right. Thank you. Now, any questions for Mr. Twing? I have one. So what is an indoor recreation facility generally? Is it a bowling alley, a swimming pool? What kind of things are indoor recreational facilities?
I think based on the definition, based on the definitions in there, it would include those. I mean, it could include an archery facility. We've interpreted it to include a wide number of items because the ordinance isn't specific enough in our opinion. So yes, to answer your question, it would include those items as well.
So we don't have the ordinance nowhere includes something that we would think of as a gym, like a bunch of machines.
I believe some of the other districts indicate fitness center. However, I think from a standpoint, we've looked at the general industrial as a location where they could be located based on the types of buildings that are there, as well as the fact we're allowing indoor recreation. In our opinion, that fitness fits into that. Again, it's listed as a special land use, so we are providing the Planning Commission and the general public a public hearing and an opportunity for the Planning Commission to decide whether the site's appropriate for that activity.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Twink? All right. So I think the public hearing would come next. Are there public comments?
No, I would let the petitioner speak. Generally, we let the petitioner speak and then do the public hearing.
Okay, I'm not doing good with the public part of these hearings tonight. So, all right, can the petitioner come forward, please? All right, and please tell us about your project.
Hi guys, I am Chelsea. I am the owner of Detroit Sweat, and I'm coming forth to focus on a space for specific one-on-one personal training and small group training. I'm looking for a space that I can motivate, inspire, and move people. I'm a certified personal trainer. I've been in the business for an amount of years, and I'm looking to renovate the inside space into a rubber and turf area where my clients would, have the ability to train and me to train them as well. And also the outside of the building would be revamped as well as more of a industrial look for the gym. I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions that you guys have or any other concerns, or yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Are there questions for the petitioner? All right, I don't see any, but I'll ask one. What are you going to do to the interior of this this building? Right now, it's got an open space. What are you going to do with the building?
Yeah, so the plans are set. It's going to be an open concept. Majority of the 2,300 square feet is going to be rubber flooring for any type of equipment that I'm going to have in there, and then half of the other space is going to be turf bay. So anything that I can do any type of cardio on, sled work, agility, speed. It's a much more, I guess, softer space for anything as far as small group training goes. So that's majority of the space. Also, I'm looking to have like lobby and locker rooms, 2 restrooms, ADA with showers as well, and then an office space for myself and a consult room.
All right, thank you. I have a question about the parking. And maybe I should ask Mr. Twing this, but did you look at configuring the parking different, or is this the maximum number of parking that can be squeezed out of this space?
So I would obviously want to talk more in depth about the parking and the variance that I'd be allowed to have within that parking space. I think there is room to maneuver some of those spaces. Right now it shows parallel parking, but I would be in question of if we can maneuver those spaces into maybe even a diagonal form to even fit more cars allowed. Because I know right now it shows five spots on there. And even 7 or 8 would be ideal. And I know there's street parking as well, but it's maxed at 1 hour across the street for clients.
Okay, did you and your designer address the parking before you got the staff report? I mean, have you made some effort to see if it's possible to rearrange parking?
My architect has maneuvered some, but based on the ordinance of what the city, I guess what they wanted to see, that's why we had put the parallel on there for now.
Yeah, I can address that. The dimensional standards that are included for parking spaces, this is the only way that they comply. Putting in angle spaces, there's no second exit. You'd end up with traffic leaving in the same space that the angle space would be coming in the other way. So from a dimensional standpoint under the code and the ordinances, this is as many as they can put in that comply. They could rearrange them, but then they'd be seeking additional variances from the zoning board on top of the number of spaces.
Okay, Thank you. That was really my question. So, all right. Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, so that means now it's time for the public hearing. If there are any comments from the public.
There were no public comments called in on this agenda item.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing on this and bring it to the commission. Is there a discussion on our side of the table? Comments, motions, Mr. Gantina?
Well, I did have one quick question for the petitioner, actually, and that was, would there be any activities planned to be conducted outdoor in the driveway? I see similar facilities, certainly during the COVID, obviously to get things outside, but just curious if you have any plans to actually be doing any of the work outdoors.
Yeah, absolutely. So the plan right now is to have actually 2 garage doors, one's facing north and the one's on the back side of the building. The back side of the building, it does have concrete in the back, so there is ability to have the outdoor training, yes.
One of the reasons I asked was to see if there was any additional area closer to the building where you could pick up a parking space or 2, but it doesn't sound like that would be advantageous because you want to keep that free for possible outdoor work.
Sure.
All right. So we are considering special land use at this point because it's the industrial area. And it seems to me, I'll make a couple comments, as I didn't see anybody else's hand up unless I missed. Oh, did you put your hand up, Mr. Klooster?
No, I'm trying to navigate my my grid on my tablet.
All right. All right. So it's an industrial area. We've seen other I think fitness areas in the other industrial areas. It actually seems like a good fit. It actually has fits with sort of the motif of things clanging around and industrial noises. So it seems to fit quite well with the area. I don't quite understand. I guess I'm going to pivot to another question. I don't quite understand the issue with the frontage. We have to make a finding, Mr. Twing, that the frontage is adequate.
There is an ordinance provision that indicates the Planning Commission is to make a determination that the frontage and the lot area are adequate for the operation. As I said, there's no minimum standard.
All right. Well, I've been out to the site. If this is a appointment only sort of an operation. I realize there has to be a variance on the parking, but it seems to me that it seems adequate. I don't know if anybody else went out to the site, but that's my view of it. Any other comments, questions, discussion, motion? Well, I'll continue yapping then. The question is a special land use, like I said. There's basis of determination. It's in our staff report at paragraph 7, section 7. These are the standards that we've come to know. Is it harmonious in accordance with the general objectives of the master plan? I think so. It's a lesser, intrusive use than what could be there. Designed, constructed, operated to be harmonious in appearance with the intended character of the general vicinity. Absolutely, I think that is clear. I don't think it's going to be hazardous or disturbing to the industrial area around there. It seems like it'll be an improvement. Actually, it seemed like somebody painted the outside of the building before you bought it. I guess number 5 there in our considerations, is it going to be served adequately by essential public services? That may go to the frontage. It seemed to me that is adequate, and it's not going to create any excessive additional public costs. And it's also consistent with the chapter, the zoning ordinance. That's my view of it. Is there a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add, I think for all of those reasons that you articulated, Mr. Quesada, I mean, it makes sense. You know, it meets the criteria. It's an improvement to the area. I think given the nature of the business, as the petitioner has explained, meets all of our requirements as far as adequacy in the front. So, you know, I guess, not that I don't want to hear you talk forever, Mr. Quesada, but I'll at least move now for approval of special land use.
That is why I kept talking. So you is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Grantina. Okay, is there further discussion of the special land use approval? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Grantina.
Yes.
Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So you unanimous vote. The motion passes, and the special land use is approved. So now we have a site plan. This is not a public hearing. Mr. Twing, you have anything else to add on the site plan?
I do not.
All right. Is there any further discussion necessary? This requires that the Zoning Board of Appeals grant all the necessary variances, and other than that, I think, which includes the parking variance, and other than that, they're the standard contingencies. Any comments? Ms. Beakey.
I just made one brief comment. Is if there's any potential in the space that wouldn't interrupt your parking to add bike parking, in consideration that, again, some of your members or some of your clients might decide to ride a bike, and that will save you on car parking. So I don't know if that's appropriate in front of the building or somewhere else, but that's just a suggestion when you get to addressing the parking issue.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments? Questions? I'm going to start yapping again. So I would be in support of the site plan. Should somebody make such a motion? Mr. Mayor.
I'll move for site plan approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Beakey seconds. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I'll just make one quick point.
Mr. Grantina.
So based on the applicant's proposed use and then also the maximum occupancy calculation, it appears that the proposed use is only going to have about a quarter of the max occupancy that the 12 off-street spaces were based on. So based on that math and the proposed use, I would say that, you know, the actual spaces required are going to be adequate for what she's proposing. So I'd be in support of it.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I mean, that's a pretty active area. We have neighborhoods going up. I mean, we have a new neighborhood in that area, and I kind of cut through taking my kids to different events, and a lot of people walking around. So hopefully you pick up some clients that, you know, will walk there. And I think the bicycle idea, you know, if you can find yourself an opportunity to put one of those in, small expense, but I think it'll pay dividends as far as, you know, keeping, you know, your parking lot flowing a little smoother, especially as groups are coming in and out. Would suggest that we're a, I don't know if you live here, Ms. Westenberg, but you know, we're moving in the direction of being a very bicycle and walking and pedestrian friendly community. So you know, it'd be good if you took a look at that as a suggestion.
I will say something. So I was a resident of Royal Oak for over 4 years. I moved a little north about 2 years ago, but I can definitely see a lot of improvements that you guys have made to the city when I lived there and then now, and I appreciate that. And I love that bike idea, and I'd be more than happy to look more into that.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I will call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Cantina,
Yes.
Ms. Beakey,
Yes.
Mr. Klooster,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. All right, motion passes. Site plan is approved. Congratulations to the petitioner. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
All right. Next agenda item is a site plan only, and this is for a dental office, motor mouth pediatric dentistry at 1409 to 1423 East 11 Mile Road. Mr. Twing, please bring us up to speed.
As you indicated, this is a straight site plan review and action by the Planning Commission. The site is on East 11 Mile at Connecticut. It's at the northwest corner. It's a former professional office building at that location that the petitioner is renovating. They are also removing a building that's currently at the west portion of the site, and then ending up with a building that's a little over 5,500 square feet gross area. The usable space is about 4,700 square feet with a total of 26 on-site parking spaces, 2 of which are handicapped van accessible. It is a one-story building that's proposed with a height of about 12 feet to the roof line, and then the parapet goes a little bit above that. In terms of the conditions in the site plan memo from the planning division, we're indicating that the building setbacks shall be depicted on the plan sheets in accordance with ordinance provisions. Make sure that those setbacks are added. You will see a note in the write-up that from North Connecticut, the ordinance talks about a 25-foot requirement, as well as a 10-foot triangular setback at the intersection of 11 Mile and Connecticut. Both of those are discretionary items to the Planning Commission. I would point out that the building currently sits approximately in the same location, although portions of it are being removed and there's small additions being added to it. Item 2 is in regards to landscaping and screening. If the Planning Commission is happy with the proposed design, it would be depicted on those sheets. Again, we've indicated a note that the ordinance talks about at least 10% of the lot area, or a little over 2,000 square feet would be landscape. Based on the submitted design, they're at about 1,400 square feet of landscaping, or 7%. And again, this is a Planning Commission discretionary item. All of the remaining contingencies are standard contingencies regarding lighting and signage and performance bonds and compliance with other ordinances.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Twing? All right, seeing none, I will ask the petitioner to come forward and tell us about your project.
Hi again. I'm here now with Dr. David Vasquez. He should be on the screen somewhere. And we're here to present to you our proposal for Dr. Vasquez's motor mouth pediatric dental office. I worked with Dr. Vasquez, I want to say it's about 3 to 4 years ago in downtown Dearborn. We put his first practice, which is motor mouth Dearborn, in an existing building similar to this, where we redid the entire building inside and out and gave it a corporate image very similar to what we were proposing here for Royal Oak. Our goal is to take the existing building that's approximately 4,300 square feet, make some modifications to it, increase the size of it, but also remove that existing addition that's on the northeast corner of the building, and then convert that building, put an addition on it, and make it Dr. Vasquez's new office. In addition to that, we'd be removing the existing subway building, and there was an adjacent office as an outbuilding on the southwest corner of the property that we would be removing, and then we would redo the entire parking lot, put underground stormwater detention, bring the entire property up to engineering and building code standards. The goal here with Dr. Vasquez's office is we want to create a unique image for his office, obviously motor driven, Detroit driven in terms of cars and so forth. It was very successful down in Dearborn. We actually, down in that location, we put what did we put, a Ferrari or something down in there? Anyway, we convert.
It was a Lotus.
It was a Lotus, okay. But we converted it into a video game station. And it became a feature of the waiting room. In this location, we're going to be doing something similar to that. We are going to use the corner, the intersection, to put our cool car in the window so it can gather some attention from the street. The goal is we want to create a very unique building that adds to the quality of 11 Mile as it continues to be developed. We want something that's going to have some street curb appeal and certainly some marketing appeal for Dr. Vasquez's new practice. We really feel strongly about this location. It's a terrific location, and the doctor's been looking for a long time in this area of Royal Oak. He feels that it's underserved when it comes to pediatric dentistry. And I think this is going to be a very beneficial practice or office that's going to be very beneficial to the neighborhood and to the surrounding community. We've taken a lot of effort to try and make this as low impact as we could to the neighboring residences. As I said, we're taking off the old addition to the old building, which actually protruded 8.5 feet closer to the north, to the residents to the north of us. Now that's gone. We cleaned that whole thing up. There's no more dumpster behind our building. I think overall, the neighbors should be pleased with what we're doing. It's a very low impact use in terms of traffic, and I think a real benefit to the neighborhood. Dr. Vasquez, he certainly can add to that if you have any questions for he or I.
Well, let me ask you, referred to the doctor, does the doctor have anything to add at this point?
You know, as Bob had alluded to, we've been looking for something in the Royal Oak area for 2 years, and it's taken us about 9 months as another deal expired on this building to be able to have a purchase agreement and make these designs. So like Bob said, we are excited about it. And I have patients who are traveling from the Royal Oak area to Dearborn. Pediatric dentistry and all in general is underserved, and there's never been a pediatric dentist that I'm aware of in the city of Royal Oak itself.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the petitioner and the Ark-Tek? Ms. Beakey.
This is a random question. So pediatric dentistry is dentistry for children, but it's not the same as orthodontics then, right? That's the
correct.
Just from my
correct.
understanding. Okay.
But we are specialty trained, residency trained, with board certification. So not general dentistry for kids. We are a specialist for kids, like your pediatrician for your children, as opposed to going to a family practitioner for your children's health care. So we are the pediatricians of the mouth.
Thanks. I just wanted to first make sure.
Thank you.
I saw another hand, Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, is there going to be any difficulty when one of us perhaps modifies the proposed site plan to ask you to bring your landscaping up to 10% of the site?
Well, the challenge with that will be in terms of the parking required. Right now, let me just check something here. I believe that we are, oh shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't have this answer in front of me. Right now, there's 24 parking spaces required on site with the 24 parking spaces on our proposed site plus 2 barrier-free spaces. We're required by ordinance to have 24 spaces. Now, obviously, in terms of use for Dr. Vasquez, he would like to keep as many parking spaces as he can possible on site. Now, granted, there are some on-street parking spaces along Connecticut, but it's really up to the purview of the Planning Commission to say, do you feel we need more landscaping? We think we've provided well, let's put it this way: there's probably a little bit more landscaping and stormwater controls than there were certainly before, compared to what's there now. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Did I answer that correctly?
We'll see. Is there another question from the panel there? Did I see somebody? Ms. Beakey.
I guess related to that and related to the answer then, are 24 spaces needed for the anticipated number of patients that will be in the building at the same time? Because often we find that our parking ordinance isn't necessarily, it's based on a ratio of the building space and not necessarily the use of what's going on in the building. So it sounds like a lot of spaces for a dentist office to me, but.
If I could answer that. So with employees and patients and what happens in a medical office, and I think why we have that ratio, is you've got patients who are being seen currently, patients who are checking out, and patients that are coming in. So you're going to have some overlap in appointment times.
That and typically I've done 350 dental offices or maybe more so far, and parking is very critical, and oftentimes zoning ordinances don't actually, they provide minimum parking, but they don't provide practical need parking. And in this case, Dr. Vasquez has 9 employees, typically 9 patients in the chair, which means 9 cars, plus another 8 to 9 patients or 8 patients in the waiting room oftentimes. So that gives us like 26 parkings, that gives us 26 at that point. Now that is at absolute peak use, but we always prefer to have a little bit more parking than not. But as I said, practical need usually is more than ordinance requirements.
And we wouldn't want to get into a situation where we had to have employees parking on the street or in the residential area. I think if you look at the current site, the current property there's very, very minimal landscaping, certainly not to the level that we're talking about. And there's 2 buildings on site instead of 1.
If I could add a commentary to it.
Yes, Mr. Twing and then Mr. Gantino.
Eliminating parking is, I guess the question is there a need for the driveway from North Connecticut, which is a one-way driveway? If that's removed and it's all landscaped, you may be above that 10%. And you could probably add 2 more parking spaces or 1 more in that area. So that's another option other than eliminating parking spaces.
Mr. Gantino.
So my comment is, I don't so much have an issue with the number of parking spaces. I do agree that from a practical standpoint, I think, if every exam room it was full with a child that were all separate families, that's 12 vehicles there. Then when you factor in employees, I can see how the parking lot gets filled up very quickly. One thing I am, again, very concerned about, though, when you layer the less than 10% landscaping requirement on top of that, I've got a permeability concern again. So the applicant had mentioned that the plan is to, after removing the building at the southwest corner, that the entire parking lot is going to be essentially dug up and rebuilt as new. This does give us a unique opportunity to address that permeability issue while preserving their parking. So I would like to, I guess, propose for discussion the requirement to make the 11 parking spaces at the west side of the site, whether it be from center line of that drive aisle through the west end of those parking spaces, but that whole section be required to be some sort of pervious pavement, whether it's pervious concrete, asphalt, some sort of permeable material, but preserving those parking spaces.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think there's also a creativity option here as well. If you look at the design, and I'm sure Mr. Cliff can maybe answer this a little bit better, but you look at on where the roof comes out and extends out. I don't know if there are any options to make that a green roof, or if that expense is so extraordinary that it, you know, is really prohibitive. I don't want to suggest things that are going to make the project a real strong negative deal, but you know, given the fact that you know, the roof is already relatively flat, there's probably some drainage mechanism on it as well. Maybe that's another opportunity to capture some of the storm water as well, and also in addition to Mr. Ventina's idea. Just a thought for discussion. Again, might be, you know, more beneficial to do that than take away parking spots or drive a lot of cost in the project. But and so, Dr. Vasquez, that you know, in Royal Oak, I don't know if you're a resident here or visit, we have had an increasing challenge with stormwater management. We have a combined sewer system here, especially in this part of town. Some work was done on I-75 over the years, and we're seeing an increased frequency of storms that bring a tremendous amount of rain. What we thought were 100-year storms statistically when the system was built are now becoming, you know, every few years because we've seen changing weather patterns due to a warming climate. And this is, every meteorologist agrees. So like this area, we're going to see more intense heavy rainstorms. And what that translates into is not just flooded streets, but people's entire homes getting flooded with not just stormwater, but like we brought up to a petitioner earlier, we have a combined system here, which means our sewage and stormwater goes into the same drain. So when it backs up, it's pretty nasty. You know, so you can't just, you know, put the fan on and air it out. So we're not looking to be, you know, too intrusive into your business or obtuse here. It's a matter of necessity for us to look at options anywhere we can. You know, we and if you're doing a major reconstruction here, and there's an opportunity to do it without breaking the bank, just so you know, because all the neighbors that are around you in the neighborhood there, I mean, every time there's a crane coming up, they get really nervous because runoff is a big concern for all of us here. And I just wanted to give you that backstory so you know that we're not coming out of the blue here. There's a real meaningful purpose to it.
Yeah, I know a lot of neighbors when I lived in Berkeley about, 9 years ago. Got a lot of flooding in their basements from the type of situation that you're describing. So
I'm a longtime Berkeley, and I got it. We have the issue here all the time. So I'm well aware of the stormwater issues. And now we are doing the underground stormwater detention, and obviously it will retain water on site. Dr. Vasquez and I agree that we are very open to adding green roof elements, you know, vegetative roofs. This building is sort of made for that. And I think that's something we certainly will look at as an option to help mitigate some of that stormwater runoff. I mean, that's the nice thing about what we're doing is we can design the structure now to carry the loads that are necessary to put the green roof option upon the roof area. Now we can do it on the new addition. We can do it on the extended roofs on the corners and the front of the building, but the old roof, the old structure is probably not designed to carry that type of weight. But we could at least make some inroads with that, with our new structures to allow for that structural load for the green roof system.
All right, thank you. Ms. Beakey had her hand up there.
I guess I wanted to ask Mr. Twine one quick question. Oh, sorry. Is it? Oh no, I'm right. I'm okay. With regard to parking spaces and the ratio of trees that are required, is there a ratio of 8 spaces and then there's a tree required for all parking, or is that not correct? I'm trying to remember.
Well, there's a parking requirement for each type of use and the size of the building generally. And so that ratio is there. And as as was indicated earlier, they are in compliance currently with the parking requirement.
No, I'm asking for trees per parking space.
Yeah, there's a percentage, yes, percentage of the site.
The 10% of green landscaping is the only specific requirement for the site. Is that, okay, yes? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then to Mr. Gotina's point earlier for discussion, I would support the idea of requiring that permeable pavement where possible, especially if the pavement is being torn up. And to this discussion point, if we could get to the 10%, including that roof green space, I would be supporting that idea as well, to have a 10% and mixed landscaping of what's on the ground combined with what's the roof, but strive to get to the 10% that we require.
Other questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Douglas, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Twing had speculated about the possibility of closing off the, I gotta get my map up in front of me, closing off the alley on the north side of the building, behind the building, and using that to potentially add a little bit of extra parking and to add green space. But I think I see that your dumpster is going to be on the northwest corner of the site. And I wondered if you're planning that the garbage truck would come through that back alley in order to empty the dumpster.
That was the plan, would be to have that. That's why we allowed for the one-way traffic in there, just for that, plus also for fire truck vehicular movement through there as well. And plus the fact that the alley was already there and paved and ready to go from that perspective anyway. So we thought it had a lot of purpose by keeping the north alley open. But certainly I think there could be some discussions about, closing that down. The only question would be more than vehicular access for the larger trucks like the garbage trucks and fire truck.
Well, the fire department will consult on the final, Mr. Twing, does your review process include the fire department before this point or when they get to final building plans?
No, they're sent copies right now. They've seen them already. And then they'll see them afterwards as well.
Right, but they would have, but of course they haven't heard the idea of closing the back alley. If they had heard that, might they object?
Based on my experience with this little bit of a distance and the fact that it's 15 feet wide, I doubt other than an ambulance, they would use this for anything. In terms of a fire on the site, they're probably going to fight it from the street. They wouldn't go into the site that close to the building, I wouldn't think. But that's based on my past experience of what they've reviewed. So other than ambulance-sized vehicle, I really don't see them coming in here. I would agree that in terms of the refuge, it's probably easier for a truck to come in that distance, but I'm not sure that a dump truck can't make that corner either. I'd have to lay it out, see if they could turn it. But it was just a thought if you're trying to get to 10% landscaping. If you eliminate parking, they're going to need a variance and another step.
Can I just get a clarification there, Mr. Twing? Are you saying that even at this point they have 24 spaces, if I understand correctly, or they have 26 spaces?
Right. They have 24 regular and 2 handicap.
Okay, if they lose even one space, will they need a variance?
I'd have to go back and run the number, but I believe it's pretty close to that. It wouldn't get them to 10%, I don't believe.
Because they need 1,000 feet or something like that.
Yeah, they need 600.
600 feet.
I have a further question. When we talk about permeable pavers, does the preparation for this work tell us what the soil composition is under it? Because if it's clay, there's no point in permeable pavers.
No, we don't look at it at this point. That was going to be my suggestion, is that if you, Planning Commission was going to require some sort of engineered permeable treatment, that it be done in concert with the engineering department's review of the site when they actually submit for engineering plans. I would suggest you don't pick a particular spot for it. It could be it works better in the middle row. It could be it works better in the road closest to the building or some other location, depending upon how the stormwater drainage actually gets designed at that point, rather than specifying that it be along the 11 spots on the west side of the site. Just do what we can do based on the soil composition and the stormwater plan.
And once we're done with our discussions with the applicant, then I'm going to want a follow-up discussion just among the commissioners and with Mr. Twing about the whole permeable pavers subject.
Very good. Mr. Gantina.
So yeah, I had a question for Mr. Twing with regards to that that driveway at the north, and I'm curious to know, I guess, how treatments like grasscrete are treated in terms of the landscaping calculation. Is that considered would that be considered a landscape area at all if it has something like a grasscrete type surface? Just curious, and the reason I'm curious is that may be a strategy to increase permeability, preserve that driveway access, and not necessarily have to do anything else in any of the parking areas.
If you're still treating it as a driveway to drive over, we probably wouldn't add it to the landscaping. It would still function as a driveway.
I see Mr. Cliff wants to make a comment. I will call on you.
Okay, thank you. One question, and this is for Tim. I believe we showed 15 feet for that driveway, for the north driveway. I haven't been able to pull it up so far on my computer, but is it 12 feet is the minimum for a one-way traffic aisle? I mean, if so, we could gain, you know, let's say 2.5 feet of asphalt, or sorry, of green space along that brick wall or the concrete wall along the north side that way, which would help offset a significant amount.
12 feet. Yeah, 12 feet is the minimum for one-way direction.
Right. So we could then alter the plan to allow for well, you have to take off for an 8-inch curb. So that would leave us about, let's say, 2.5 feet of green space along that wall, which certainly would be great for planting any, you know, even indigenous plants in that location that could tolerate the heat. I think that would certainly make a huge dent in our landscape without losing any additional parking spaces.
All right. Are there any other comments for the petitioner? Okay, I have, oh, Ms. Beakey.
Sorry, just last one. Sorry, I wrote this down and I didn't say it when I talked earlier. I apologize. But again, similar to all the other times that I've commented, again, the walking, the biking, again, the bus, considering how people who are near enough to get to you at your business by walking or biking or coming from the bus, again, just consider a place for a bike rack. Consider that we're trying to have people be able to come from their neighborhood easily to places that, again, helps with the parking flow and such. So to that degree, I just wanted to make that mention.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, I have a couple. First of all, one of the questions I was going to ask you, Mr. Cliff, was why couldn't you meet the 10%? What was the motivation there? I think we've learned that now, is that it's really parking. It's a parking issue. But my other question is why? What is your motivation for not meeting the 10-foot triangle at the corner? You've cut it down to 6 foot. Right now, there is a 9x12 cutout from the building, and you've reduced it to a 6x6. What is your motivation there?
Well, we were originally made aware of the triangular issue once Mr. Hedges had done his first review. So we actually had the building squared off in that location. So we did come back and cut the corner somewhat. Now, obviously, we cut it to where we felt it would be comfortable for us in terms of we really want to have that little corner as a sort of a showpiece. It's always been, Dr. Vasquez's first comment was, oh, it'd be cool to have the car in the corner. So that sort of has hung around for a while. Obviously, if the Planning Commission deems it something that we need to adjust, we can certainly take a look at clipping the corner back further. Perhaps we could get it back to the 10 foot if you say we are required to do so. And so it's something we can certainly look at.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a concern for me, and so I'd like to hear what's the purpose in doing it? Is there some sort of countervailing value that needs to be considered? That's why we asked the question.
Right.
All right. Is there other questions for the petitioner? All right. So now is the question: is there any public comments? Because I would open the public. Oh, no, this is site plan. Don't have to. Forget about it. I'm just terrible with that tonight. All right.
I'm sorry if I can interrupt. There is public comment on this, even though this isn't a public hearing.
Mr. Twing or Mr. Liss, are we, I assume the Planning Commission has discretion to allow public comment even though it's not a public hearing, correct?
Yes, you've always, as a board, accepted public comment as part of a site plan. It wasn't noticed for a public hearing, so you don't need to open a public hearing, but you can certainly listen to the public comment.
All right. If there's no objections from the commission, I would certainly like to hear the public comment. I don't know what the procedure there is. All right. Can we hear the public comment, please?
Yes. Volume up a little.
This is Aaron Bossenberger of 2216 North Vermont Avenue regarding case number SP 20-11-18, site address 1409 to 1423 East 11 Mile Road. And just want to express my support and enthusiasm for the proposed construction on this site by Dave Vasquez with Motormouth Dentistry. I've been a big fan of his architecture plan and think the impact on 11 Mile Road would be extremely positive, both aesthetically and with regard to the business itself and what it offers the community. I've known Dave for some time and find him to be a very respectful business leader that has done a tremendous job building up a strong brand with Motormouth Dentistry. And I'm excited to see that brand make a presence here in Royal Oak. Thank you.
Is there just one?
My home address is 2402 Benjamin Avenue, that's in Royal Oak, 48073. I'm calling in regards to case number S as in Sam, P as in Pizza, 20-11-18, with the site address of 1409, 1423 East 11 Mile Road. And I'm just calling in favor of the proposed building plan for the new office of Motormouth Pediatric Dentistry. Hopefully their plans get approved. Thank you.
My name is Molly Orsi, Orosey. I live at 1526 Donald Avenue in Royal Oak. I'm speaking on case number SP 201118 with the site address of 1409 1423 East 11 Mile Road. As a Royal Oak resident and friend of the Motormouth Pediatric Dentistry, I would really like to have their building there, and I'm in support of their building plans. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That completes the public comment on this topic.
Thank you very much. All right. So, I would bring it back this part of the table, this side of the table, for discussion, comments, motions, or further questions. Mr. Gantina.
I do have a question for the applicant, and it's not at all germane to any of these discussions. It's just one of curiosity. So I noticed there's no double doors planned anywhere in the building. How are you going to get the vehicle in there?
Well, it came in parts last time.
Okay.
It had to get assembled. Well, in that case, we cut it down. But in this case, I'm sure we'll find clever ways to pull it apart and put it back together again.
This one, the plan is the frame is going to be a metal frame, welded frame that the body sits on top of. So it should be able to be carried in sideways, and it's a fiberglass body, so it's pretty light.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. Other discussion, comments? Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I want to go back to my conversation with or my question for Mr. Twing about requiring a site plan, not a special land use, but a site plan applicant to install permeable paving. And this assumes that the site, that the geology allows it. Is that fair?
I think, again, as part of your site plan approvals, you have some discretion, provided you can articulate a reason for the condition that you're trying to impose as part of the site plan. And in terms of trying to meet some concern with the site and the design of the site. So if the concern is to address stormwater, I don't think that it's inappropriate to indicate that you would like to see some permeable treatment on this site to help mitigate the runoff into the system, provided that the site can handle an engineered system. I don't think what you want to do is indicate that it's a requirement if the engineering division said it can't work. And that's where I went back to my comment was you can make it a condition subject to a design and engineered system when we get to that point. So if city engineers said it doesn't work or it's mitigated, it has minimal impact, then we wouldn't make them put it in.
So I will say here to my fellow commissioners that requiring this site plan or any other to have permeable pavers, I think is an overreach until we have a citywide sustainability plan that calls for those features, those systems, and perhaps offers incentives for them to be installed, or that we're applying that standard equally. Because if we require this building to install permeable pavers, are we going to make that a condition for every site plan that we look at where they're digging up the parking lot? So I mean, if I make a motion or if somebody else makes a motion, I will not support one that includes the permeable paver requirement. I do see the advantage of, or the possibility to narrow that back alley to still allow some access back there from the 12 or the 15 to the 12 feet that will probably bring them pretty close to the 10% requirement. And so, I mean, like I said, I may make that motion or someone else may, but let's thrash this out before we go there.
Let's hear from Mr. Klooster next.
I have to echo similar sentiments. I appreciate the discussion around green infrastructure and more holistic, sustainable initiatives. It's a tough ask when it's not listed as a requirement in our zoning ordinance. In this particular case, if they are short of the minimum 10% required landscape area, I think we could ask them to either meet that 10% minimum landscape area or make up the shortcomings through pervious pavement should the engineering department find that that is an acceptable solution. But to ask a petitioner to install permeable pavement when it's not listed as a requirement has the potential to kill projects. Similar discussion around vegetated roof systems. Well, yes, if you look at a purple roof system, you could substantially reduce your runoff and you could provide a lot of evaporation and storage in that roof element. Those can turn into big ticket items that could kill projects. So I think we just have to be careful as a body of, while these are all great things, there are substantial dollar values associated with them at times. And if they're incentives, so they are getting something for it, that's one thing. But if it's not codified in our ordinance or part of a sustainability strategy. I think it's tough to lean on those as items to impose upon petitioners.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think everything comes into the context of trying to meet the 10% landscape, which attempts to achieve, what we're talking about in a correlating factor to runoff and environmental sustainability. Mr. Twing, from what I heard in listening to Commissioner Douglas, I don't really see an issue in listening to the petitioner. If we went from the 15 to the 12 feet, see where we stand, and that if we, in the motion, propose that they make a meaningful effort to try to make up the difference at the discretion of our engineering team related to, whether it be a roof, a green roof, or, permeable pavement, as long as those things, make sense without creating a, extremely undue burden. I mean, we can put that in as an advisory to consult with engineering. But I mean, ultimately what would stick is the 15 to the 12, if that's what we wanted to do, because that meets the, the minimal ordinance, or the minimum of 12 feet. That'll pick up some space, and that, and I don't want to say a goodwill effort to look at doing something else on the property, if that comes up short, but to me, that would be the preferred approach to go. I understand, I think the pavers, I do agree we have to look at something a little bit more codified in our ordinance, which we will, and we're getting there. But I think in the spirit of, compensating for maybe coming up a little bit short, I don't think it's a big ask in the event that it's not. If our engineering team says it's completely impossible because we have clay under there, then okay. If it's impossible to do a roof because it really changes the entire dimensions and structures of the project and goes over 2% of the cost of the project or 1% of the cost of the project, then, of course that might be an issue. But I'm trying to figure out a way that we can, get some very specific things in there, but, leave a little bit up to the discretion of the engineering department and the petitioner to kind of make up the, at least make an effort to make up the balance in a spirit of goodwill without breaking the bank.
Well, and I think you're correct. And the simplest one is to include in the motion that the driveway from Connecticut would be reduced from 15 to 12 feet. And whatever that picks up in landscaping, it picks up, whether it's the full 10% or it's something more than that. That's very clear and simple to deal with. As was indicated earlier, they do have to comply with the storm detention ordinance. Their plans currently call for what they would have to do underground detention. As part of that, if they want to propose some permeable treatment, they can certainly do that, and if it's engineered, but I would leave it in their court.
Yeah, actually, that's in our ordinance as it's written today, where you can petition the engineering department. And just as detention systems are very expensive, as you know, you do have the option to petition the engineering department to, if you have an alternative, whether it be permeable pavers or green roof or whatever it may be, you could get that approval. And yeah, there's some maintenance costs to it, but often, and I can't speak as an expert because it's not my lane in the industry, but from what we see, oftentimes it is less expensive if you can put those in versus a detention system. I don't know if there's a cost parameter there where you put a smaller detention system in if you compensate with other permeable surfaces, but that trade-off is something you should look at just from a cost point of view.
Did I see another hand there, Mr. Gantino?
So I guess I want to just acquiesce a little bit in the sense that I agree with Commissioner Douglas and Mr. Klooster that, since we haven't yet necessarily provided the guidance to indicate sort of what we would like to see with projects like this, my intention in bringing up the topic certainly wasn't to impart project requirements that make the projects untenable. I do think it is important to acknowledge, though, that at least in this forum, that this is the direction that we're heading as a city of Royal Oak. I think any opportunities that we are given as this body to try to include more things like that on these site plans to simply state that that is going to be the expectation in the future. I think but I do agree that we need to provide the proper guidance to an applicant so that they can understand, what are the potential asks that may come down the pike. But to try to force it on them in the manner that I proposed earlier is probably a little bit far-reaching at this point. So I'll be supporting the site plan. I think the suggestion to make the driveway a little bit narrower will hopefully get us closer to the 10%. I would like to state that in the future, for any proposal that comes in front of us, that landscaping ratio, if for bigger projects, obviously is going to be a bigger issue in terms of percentage. We do need to codify and make it possible for them to supplement any shortage of that percentage with pervious features within the parking area as well, because I don't think it's specifically stated that way that that's an option yet. So.
All right. Any other comments? Commissioner Douglas.
Oh yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the site plan, adding a provision that the north alley be reduced from 15 feet of width to 12 feet, with the balance of the space committed to some form of permeable surface, and requiring the 10-foot setback on the triangular setback on the corner, and all of the other conditions that are typical in a site plan.
So just to clarify, then your motion would include the waiving the 25-foot setback that is one of the issues there. If I understand that to be in the
oh
in
yes
the step point. Yeah. Okay, because that's not a contingency, it's a question, because we would have to waive that.
I see your point. Yes, I would waive that as well.
Okay. Is there a second?
Support.
Support from Mr. Klooster. All right. Comments, discussion? Okay, I'll chip in. I would say this. While I was sitting here, I did not know that Mr. Cliff and Dr. Vasquez did another project, and when I heard about it, I went and checked it on my other computer here. It's a very cute building. I don't know if cute's the right word. It's a fetching building, and I also like the design that we've seen here before us. So I'm actually very excited to see this sort of project in Royal Oak. Also, just thinking about the things we're balancing here, this site as it sits there today has got to be one of the worst offenders when it comes to charging the storm system. There is one catch basin in a little green space, but the pavement is sloped away from it. There's not another catch basin on the property. So I can only imagine when it rains, the entire lot sheds into the storm drains. If you've been out to the site, there's nothing there to stop the water from just shedding into the storm system. So the fact that they're coming in, they're doing a project that looks great, and provides the on-site detention that protects the storm system. I mean, that is the point, at least in a large part of the permeability issue, is to reduce charging the storm sewer. Well, they're coming in and taking a site that is just a water shedding machine, and they're retaining the water on site. The improvement in this area will be significant. So I sort of consider that. I still want the 10%, and I appreciate and endorse the solution that is in the motion. So and I appreciate the 10% triangle, or the 10-foot triangle. So I will also be supporting the motion. Any other comment? All right, hearing none, seeing none, I will call for the vote to approve the site plan as moved by Commissioner Douglas, which would accept the 25, or would waive the 25-foot requirement, would reduce the north lane, if I'm saying this right, from 15 to 12 foot, and require the 10-foot triangle, but would not require the petitioner to meet the 10% per se, but simply add the strip at the north end, if I have that right. Otherwise, the contingencies are accepted. That's the motion, and I will call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Gantina.
Yes.
Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the motion passes. The site plan is approved with the contingencies and conditions as stated. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Royal Oak. Thanks for bringing your business to us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for running a professional meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The next order of business is the revised site plan for 26026 Woodward Avenue. We've seen this project before, at least some of us have. And this is a site plan, so it's not a public hearing, but Mr. Twing, tell us about this.
You are correct. You have seen this property before. It is on the east side of Woodward, just north of Lincoln. The site is zoned office service. I believe it was in 2019, the Planning Commission had received and approved construction of a second story onto the existing office building at this address. They also went to the Zoning Board of Appeals to obtain some waivers. That original approval included that addition. It included a automated parking building, as well as some parking on site. What the petitioner is doing now in terms of revising it and the reason it's back in front of you, they are proposing to some changes that exceeded the administrative ability to approve, which were the addition of a basement, roughly about 470 square feet in the area between the automated parking structure and the office building, kind of in the northeast corner, I'll say. And then they're proposing to put a rooftop terrace on the top of the building, approximately about 1,600 square feet in floor area next to the mezzanine level. And the last thing that was involved was replacing landscaping in the front of the building along Woodward with a rock garden. Those are the major revisions to the proposal. Staff's contingencies are primarily the same in that looking for the automated parking structure to be completed first, and then all of the other compliance items that were brought up previously. So I will stop there.
I have a quick question right off the bat. What is the purpose for requiring the automated parking structure to be constructed first? Was that something we had conditioned the approval on before, or is this a new item, and if so, why?
No, that was included previously. The discussion was so that it was completed. It is, all the variances are based on its existence. To complete the office second floor without this would if the automated parking deck was then not built, it wouldn't comply with the variances in the site plan approval. So it was a requirement to have that constructed first.
Okay, I see. And the rock garden issue, just to be clear, if I understand from the plans, maybe I have to leave this for the petitioner. We're talking about between the sidewalk and the building is where
Correct.
The rock garden is.
Right along the Woodward side.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Did I see a hand up there from Commissioner Douglas or not? No? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so let's bring the petitioner forward and please present us with your changes to this ambitious project.
Good night. How are you? I'm Luis Antonio Uribe again. I'm the lead architect for 511 Design. We fine-tuned the design of the office building. Obviously, we submitted since last November our first submittal for permit for that parking structure. It's been back and forth on comments and things and requirements, and again, then the fire marshal retired, the new fire marshal needed to review it again. We got more comments. Now we're in the third level of comments for the permit for the phase 1. And we definitely wanted to build this before the winter came. We've been waiting for this for several times. So as we were doing this, since this was one of the requirements, we continue with the fine tuning of the design for phase 2. That is would be the second level of the office building. With that, we started defining exit routes, functionality, architectural design, and obviously what this building becomes has been the entrance to the city of Royal Oak on Woodward. And what we discussed that this definitely needed to be an eye-catching design. So we've been fine-tuning it to make this great entrance to Royal Oak. And with this, we added the elements that were added. The basement was obviously Mr. Cipriani and Mrs. Cipriani are investing millions of dollars, and they needed more storage space. So we discussed the option of expanding the basement, how we could do it. And that's why that basement was added. They have a lot of files that they need to keep in hand for their clients. So they completely run out of storage for those files. That terrace was originally shown on the drawings, but there was a mistake on the drawings that it was not listed, but it was always proposed to be an unoccupied area where people can go out and just enjoy the weather up there. It's intended to be for the office use, and it was shown on the elevations with the glass railing since the first submittal, but again, for some lack on clarity, it was not clarified during that first round. So now we did design it, finalize all the requirements. We didn't know how big it was going to be or how big it could be because we were having that flat area for HVAC units. So again, going back to architectural pleasing elements, we found a way of putting one single HVAC unit on top of the stair tower, hiding it completely from the surroundings. So, and then having this beautiful terrace with furniture and a glass railing in this area where if not, you would have a big 20-ton unit showing to the neighbors and other parts with probably some type of wall to cover it. So this is a result of finalizing the design on this matter. We have now showing how this terrace works, where people exit, how you can access it, and what is the use of it. And the last element on this request on the proposed changes is this rock garden. We were going to have indoor roof drains. If you see the original facade towards Woodward, that concept was to have two massive architectural elements, walls containing the Tesla roof. The more than we saw it, we realized that Tesla beautiful roof needed more show off in a certain way. So we decided to actually reduce the height of this front facing wall to Woodward, leaving only the one in the back and then letting the Tesla roof actually become an architectural piece that you can see from far away. So it becomes a more dramatic cantilever roof. Doing this, we definitely didn't want gutters or downspouts coming back into a glass facade or anything to ruin our main facades to woodwork. So we designed with our civil engineers to spill the roof directly into this rock garden. The only thing that we could put there was either a water pool, reflection pool, or something like a rock garden because of the force of the rain coming from that whole roof into that space. So originally we showed the planners a water feature. At the end, we thought that it was going to be very expensive and it was not probably gonna fly to have a water feature right there next to the sidewalk. So we changed it to become kind of a Japanese garden with rocks and sand and low profile landscape. So that rock feature is to receive the water spilling from the roof directly.
All right. Sounds like a good solution. We'll hear from the panel. I have a quick question for you, and that is, you've seen the staff report and the proposed contingencies. Do you have any issue with any of the contingencies proposed?
No.
All right. Are there other questions for the petitioner? I don't see any. All right. This is a site plan. It's not a public hearing, but I'm going to ask Carol, is there any public comments?
Yes, there is one public comment, and I'll play that for you.
Martin Stern, and I live in Royal Oak at 101 Curry Avenue. I'm calling to support case number SP 2011-19, site address 1409 1423 East 11 Mile Road. My wife and I live close to the site, and we really look forward to having pediatric dental practice in Royal Oak.
I don't think that's for us, is it?
Yeah, I think that was for the previous.
Yeah, my apologies. They listed the case number as 19, and I didn't listen any further after I heard that when I was separating the messages today. Sorry about that.
No problem. Are there any for this project?
They're not. That was the last public comment.
Okay, great. So I will bring it back to the commission. Are there discussions, questions, further questions, comments, motions from the commission? Okay, I'm particularly enamored with the direction of the project. I see that, just a comment, I see that there's materials out on site. Are the materials out on site right now for the puzzle parking?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Douglas, did I see your hand up? No. Okay.
We need your support to get that parking going. Those materials are getting the weather for now a couple of months, and please, we do need to get that going.
Understood. Ms. Beakey.
No, I was just going to say that again, same when we saw this last time, I think the project looks very interesting, very well done. I'm looking forward to seeing the results. And I guess the only question I would have is where the glass railing is, again, because if I didn't understand from the direction exactly, it's facing Woodward, or which direction is it facing? Just to remind me on the site. That's the only question I have.
It actually faces both back Woodward and residential street. It is a terrace like Mr. Wig said, that comes out of our mezzanine, and you will be able to see towards the back or towards the front. How it sits, actually, if you see the front facade, it's since that facade of the building is kind of in an angle, you actually, it's kind of private, that terrace. You really don't see the people up there from Woodward. It's kind of private because of the angle that we have that element.
And similar towards the residents, I did look at the slide shown earlier today, that it looked private to me, that it doesn't look very exposed to either side for the people
correct.
outside of who are outside or the people who are inside. Anyway, I also just comment that I appreciate the project looks interesting, and I hope you can get it building soon.
Thank you, we do.
Is there any, oh, Mr. Gantino?
Yep, so this is actually the first time I'm seeing this project, and I would just like to compliment the applicant. I think they're bringing a lot of very innovative features to the project on their own, not being asked to. I certainly appreciate the redesign of the roof and the way that you're actually spilling it into a rock garden. There's been a lot of discussions around permeability concerns on sites this evening, so I think it's a great solution on how to handle that runoff. I would actually like to move to approve the site plan as presented, revised site plan as presented, with all the contingencies as listed, considering the applicant has mentioned that they have no objection to them.
Is there a second?
I support.
Second from Ms. Beakey. Any further discussion on this motion? All right. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Gantino?
Yes.
Ms. Beakey?
Yes.
Mr. Klooster?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So congratulations. Good luck. Make sure you do the detailing up on that roof terrace well, since it's over a space where you have occupied space beneath it. I'm sure you will. And we look forward to it.
Thank you very much. We look forward for you to come over and see the building in person.
All right.
Hope you can get the things up before it starts snowing.
Yeah, gonna have to hurry.
No intention.
Good luck.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next item of business. Oh, this is next item of business is the zoning ordinance text amendment that we discussed last time. I'm going to let Mr. Twing put this back into focus.
Correct. We presented the draft to the Planning Commission last month. They were okay with us scheduling it for a public hearing this evening. Basically, real briefly, what the provision is in regards to is the requirement or provisions related to replacing trees that might be removed from the site with additional trees, or potentially having the developer pay a fee in lieu of into a tree replacement fund. The revisions basically got rid of a requirement that there be an agreement with the city, meaning that that would have to go to the city commission, similar to license agreements or development agreements. It was a step that we felt was unnecessary in terms of having to take every project that may fall into this to the city commission, and instead simply allowing that to occur based on the approved plan that might be approved by the planning commission. Some may go to the city commission anyways, but the second part was to have the fee established by a city commission by resolution rather than dealing with one in each case. And then the last real part of this was the way it was drafted previously seemed to be an either or in terms of either having to replace the trees or approve it with fewer trees, but it didn't really read that you could do both, meaning replace some and pay a fee for some others that you couldn't potentially put on site. So that was the intent. The draft, you can see what was stricken out of the original language, and then highlighted in yellow was the new language. So it is a public hearing. I don't believe we received any comments, but you can open the public hearing and see if Carol received any, and then close the public hearing and then maybe discuss the item.
All right. We'll open the public hearing. Carol, is there anything? I think you said there weren't.
There were no public comments called in for this.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back on this side of the table for discussion. We did discuss this last time, but are there points of discussion or questions at this point? Okay, Ms. Beakey.
Just very briefly again to make sure I'm understanding. So this requirement to replace the trees 2-to-1 and have the option of making the payment into the fund only pertains to development projects or projects that are coming before this body. It does not necessarily pertain to all development projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I guess I just want to make the comment that I think this is a step in the right direction, and I like having the option because there's some flexibility, and I also appreciate the 2-for-1 substitution. But I think as a city, and I've mentioned this before, I think we need to go further with our with the trees, because again, a tree that's 150 years old of a certain species has a higher value than one that's smaller, etc. And so I just hope that this is a step towards something that would be going beyond this. But I think for this purpose, this is a good step to have some flexibility with individual projects.
All right, and just I just have a question. I know I looked at this before, but so I think the gist of this is you either have to comply with the 2-for-1, or if the planning commission approves one that doesn't apply, you're going to pay a fee for the trees. It doesn't give us discretion to waive the fee, or because they either have to do one or the other. They have to comply, or they're going to pay a fee. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. And so what our action on this, Mr. Twing, is we would approve this for recommendation to the city council?
That's correct. The motion would, that's in the packet, would refer it to the city commission with your recommendation, whether that's to approve it with modifications, or not to approve revisions.
All right, is there a motion for any of those options? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I'll move the resolution as expressed here, that the Planning Commission accepts the zoning ordinance text amendments and recommends their adoption by the City Commission.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gantina. All right. So the motion is to adopt the resolution as stated. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Gantina.
Yes.
Ms. Beakey.
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the motion passes, and the resolution is, I guess that's a resolution, right? Is passed. All right. Next order of business. Oh, there is no next order of business. So we had 4 items that we added, and we added talking about the membership and the election of officers. I had a comment about the staff reports, rules and procedures, and the outcome of the joint meeting with the zoning board. I kind of think we should take that one first. That seems to be the meatiest of the bunch, if that's okay with people to start with that one. Commissioner Douglas, it was your proposal. Would you like to start the discussion?
Well, so we agreed last time that we would touch on this. Didn't want to spend a lot of time on it. Here's what I want to suggest, and I'm open to feedback as to what people think about this approach. There were 8 items on that agenda. And I would suggest that with each of them, we have 3 options. Deal with it immediately, study it further, or it's too big for now and it should be incorporated in a new master plan, which I pray comes sooner rather than later. So what I was going to suggest was that we just look at each of these subjects and see what our consensus might be on whether it's a deal with it now, study it more, or kick the can down the road. What do you think?
Comments?
That seems reasonable to me. I think at the very least, I imagine the vast majority of the 8 items would be either dealt with immediately or need a little bit of study. Very few of the items would be pushed to a further date in the master plan. So I think it's a good compromise on how to deal with all the items, but also prioritizing the ones that we can deal with immediately.
Okay, so I'll go down the, I mean, I'll leave the discussion. I'll go down the list. Tell me what you think. The first question, the first issue that gives the zoning board a headache is the question of lot size and density. And I'll try and encapsulate their assertion, and that is that there are lots in Royal Oak that are so large that the limits we place on accessory buildings and building size itself forces them to pay a fee to come before the zoning board for variances when their lot is so large that really what they're proposing is a very reasonable lot coverage. And I'm going to ask Mr. Twing if I've summed that up correctly.
Well, that was one of the topics that did come up at the meeting. And I think we had quite a bit of discussion on how and where some of those provisions came from.
So my take on that, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I was just going to say that I think what you just described was number 2 on the list, not number 1.
Oh, wait. Where's my list?
I think you described it accurately, but I think it's number 2 on the list.
Sorry, where's my agenda?
You're talking about multifamily or single family?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm misreading my own notes here. Yes, you are correct. The number 1 on the list was the question of the lots, multifamily zoning issues. So I'm sorry, I got them inverted here. So number 2 was standards for one family large lots. My take on that is it's worthy of study and to suggest that staff explore that further to come back with a more equitable solution for owners of larger residential lots. What sayest the others?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think that's something that, fits in the spirit of what our ordinances want to do. And I think that, it's not a significant change because it's not altering, what's happening anyways. And from a total sense perspective, it doesn't change the dynamic of any of the neighborhoods where these large lots are. I think, when we go down that process, I think we can address it and relieve some burden for residents as well as staff. But I think, part of that conversation will be making sure that, we have decisions that don't, take it too far and you have these huge mansions squeezed on a lot and, you ruin the dynamic of the existing neighborhood. But I think what people are mostly asking for is nominal in the, for example, in the accessory building sizes. So I think that there's a good ratio in there. We could find that, wouldn't make a hill of beans a difference, I think, to anybody that lives in those neighborhoods, which is something we could probably do pretty effectively and pretty quickly.
Mr. Cantina.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, the ZBA made it clear that typically, they are favorable to these large lot sizes and some of the asks that are coming in front of them. So I think it would be helpful to them to not have to hear so many of these, provided that they're staying within reasonable limits. But I do agree with the assessment of having it studied briefly because I think the change is pretty easy to make, but I would also feel more confident if we were able to make the changes based on some data that we were able to put together and study.
Ms. Beakey.
Just my one comment pertaining to that is again, the ratio to the large lot size. And I think, when people talking about different neighborhoods and such things like that, and protecting neighborhood character, I think being very specific about how large the lot has to be. And when we're making these parameter changes, there's something very specific. So again, it doesn't slip into that mega mansion on the wrong lot kind of thing, so that it's clear what the criteria are, which again, I agree, probably needs a little bit of work, but from the various things that have come to zoning probably will indicate to us pretty easily, even looking at like maybe the last 5 years, what kinds of items have come in, and also what the sizes of those bigger houses on big lots are like as an entity. And there, again, there's not so many of them, so that should be relatively straightforward.
Just to clarify though, I believe the discussion was specifically around large lot sizes, which do have a specific definition within our zoning ordinance. There's a minimum square footage for the lot for it to be considered a large lot. And there's specific zoning around that large lot determination. Tim, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, just to clarify, there is a zoning district that is determined to be large lot zoning. And that would be where my understanding is that you would look at these provisions to allow a different standard in those areas in terms of lot coverage or possibly the size of accessory buildings. And I guess also the maximum permitted for the residence itself. As we discussed at that joint meeting, that 3,500 square feet came from not that it can't be tweaked, and we can certainly go back and look at the last 5 years, or even maybe from when that provision went into place, and see how many variances are related to that, and then give you some sort of report. The time that was spent on this, though, was spent actually coming up with those provisions, investigating why, where they would come from, and providing some justification for them. I would not want to spend that type of time again doing it, because it was a whole task force back when the city was experiencing, as you referred to them, large mansions, larger homes that didn't fit into certain neighborhoods. So if we limit this to large lot zoning districts, that'll be much easier to address than, I'm not hearing that you want to look at these provisions in the general one family zoning. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I agree. I think we simplify it, and you can bite this off in pieces, right? And so if you do the large lot districts, and then on top of it, we probably have some data, Mr. Twing, as far as what we typically, what petitioners come to the zoning board with, right? And what's approved. And that would be an interesting baseline to take a look at, in a little bit more detail for these districts. I mean, if we know that people, if they're asking for, significant increases and then they get scaled back, okay, we might have to be a little bit more intelligent about what we do. But if we know that, in a 90% of the requests look like this, and I can tell you, I haven't had a singular complaint being almost 10 years on the city commission about somebody getting a variance on a large lot with a bill. Like, I've never heard of it. So whatever we're doing isn't driving problems in the neighborhoods, isn't driving aesthetic issues. And I trust our zoning board members that they're making the right decision. So it'd be interesting to see what's been approved and what sort of requests we typically get almost as a percentile. And hopefully that data is relatively, quickly at our fingertips. And then that might be a good baseline, because then if 90% of the people are asking below a certain threshold, and we haven't had any complaints, and we've been approving those at a 95% rate, maybe that's a good place to start.
Ms. Beaky, did you have your hand up?
The only thing I was going to say is Tim was referring to that report or that study that had been done. I don't know when that was, but I would appreciate just even seeing the one about the 3,500, just for context, if it's available anywhere. For my own learning.
I have to go back and see if we still have it.
Okay, can I just ask, because I didn't understand that, Ms. Beaky, what are you asking for, just so I know?
Tim was referring to how we got to the current 3,500 square feet, and that there were task forces. And so I was just saying, if there's an existing report that's easy to get a hold of, I'd appreciate reading it just to give myself the historical context perspective. That's all.
Well, I think like my first day on the planning commission, I had this discussion with Mr. Twing. I can't quite remember that there's 3,500 usable square feet is a licensing requirement for single family homes. I don't know if that's where it came from because it's not exactly the same definition. Tim, is that what you guys keyed off of or not?
Well, and again, real briefly to go back to it, back when the issue arose, we actually took every subdivision in town because the first question was, what's the character of the neighborhood? So we actually went back and took every subdivision in town based on the assessor's records for how big the lot was and how big the house was in terms of square footage, and came up with a floor area ratio to the lot to say, okay, they're this big. And the deviation is X, and and so you're throwing out highs and lows to come up with square footage requirements for every subdivision based on every subdivision. At the end of that discussion with the task force and the residents and architects and everyone that was involved, most of the residents didn't like that provision because it meant their houses, their house might be bigger than the standard in the neighborhood, which meant they couldn't add on without variances. And so it was a whole dialogue of when a provision starts to apply to you and not just your neighbor that might want to do something, it's not quite as attractive as a provision. So to get around some of that after months and months and months of looking at it, it was, well, what's a reasonable amount? And the committee, the task force that was involved said, well, the architectural standard for residential at the time anyways under the building code was 3,500 square feet. And at that point you needed an architect to be involved in order to get a building permit. So it just came out of that as anything bigger than that, that was going to be the max no matter where you were in these areas. So and that was a very short conversation, and I'll have to, and if Ian wants or the planning commission wants to see, and I still have the analysis, we'll send it out. It was quite lengthy, but so that's where it came from. It just was after all of that task force and months of discussion was what's an easy way to get to the end and stop huge houses.
Yeah, just if it's easy to find. I mean, if it's easy.
Yep. No, I'll look real quick. It won't take long. If I have it, I have it. If I don't, I don't. But.
Okay, thank you for that. I would just say this, I mean, and I'm sort of responding to the mayor's comment is, yeah, it would be great to have a data that said there's, there's been 62 of these particular items come before the zoning Board of Appeals, and 93% of them have passed in the last 10 years. That's valuable, but to me, also valuable would be actual examples that illustrate what our zoning board members why they even came to us with this. What is the concrete example? And they must have them, and I don't know who the onus is on who to do that, because the zoning board are the ones who deal with it. I can think of, if I was asked, what do I think, can I come up with an example from planning commission on a particular type of project? Maybe I can do it. And maybe we need to ask our friends on the zoning board to give us some examples of each one of these. I think we do need concrete examples to illustrate. That's my comment. And will be my comment for any of these things, instead of just numbers, examples. Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, okay, my intention here was to quickly go down this list and not actually discuss the items, but discuss when we would discuss them. So it does sound like this item, we agree, we're directing staff to study the subject further. How am I doing here? Okay, item number 1 on the list, which I skipped over, sorry, was this is the whole discussion we've been having for the past really year on multifamily developments, lot size, setbacks, density. The staff has put together some draft ordinances on this, and my vote here would be to move forward with this with some really robust community engagement on the subject.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just letting that soak in, but
yeah, I think that I don't know what more there is to study. I mean, we've seen a lot of examples of this. I think it's a pretty simple thing for folks to understand. I think we can identify areas. And I think we just really need that community, one, understanding of what it means and what the pros and cons are, get that feedback, internalize it, and make a decision. I mean, we've studied this, I would say, an unimaginably countless times for many projects that have come in front of us, in front of the city commission, you know, each in a micro level. So I agree for those reasons. It's not meaning I'm sold on the idea or anything, but I think it's a very important question to ask where we're at in the history of our city as we start to see a change in housing stock, as we have a growing population that is becoming, you know, more of a senior nature. We talk about aging in place. I think these are all things that we need to evaluate and with strong community engagement, like Commissioner Douglas said. Like I said, I'm not sold that this is what we need to do, but it's definitely a question in the grand scheme of things that we have to ask.
all right, Ms. Beakey.
I guess from the various discussions we've had, and remind me if this is connected to the issue of affordability and aging in place, you're connecting this to that as well. I mean, part of the issue of the changing the standards for multifamily is related to trying to encourage more multifamily, right? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. To me, I mean, recently I was reading a study, and I think it was from one of the Bloomfields, maybe West Bloomfield or something, because I was trying to look up about housing, again, affordable housing, range of housing. And interestingly, the study I was reading pointed to Royal Oak and Oak Park as having some of the most diverse housing in the area. And so I guess when I look around, I feel like we have a fair amount. And again, in those discussions we've had so far, again, my concerns go back to some of the same things about green space and walkability, et cetera. I feel like this is something more related to a master plan issue. Having said that, if we feel like we're going to kind of pick at it through these different, I forgot what's the name of the planned unit development, I feel like that's very scattershot and kind of not very consistent, but somehow I feel like this connects to a deeper discussion, but I can't be persuaded. But I really feel like we need to think about where are our transit-oriented development, where are our larger structures. We heard people talk about 5-story buildings, which I'm not sure that really came up somewhere. Or if we do choose to proceed with this, I do think there's going to have to be a lot of very clear communication with the community. I don't know. I'm glad we've inherited a lot of older things that they don't comply with current regulations, which actually make ourselves more dense and walkable than we would otherwise be if we had been developed after the 1950s or so. So, I don't know. That's my comment. Just.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just said, I mean, I think those are fair comments, Ms. Beakey. I think though that, you know, some of these, what we see is, you know, the master planning process takes a lot longer. We do know that we struggle with, and even though we may be leading the way, in a lot of cases, we do struggle with affordable housing. Density can help with that. You know, and there's a bigger conversation. I think that looking and evaluating, as I said, I'm not 100% sold on everything, but looking at maybe some short-term enablers that we can do that don't disrupt everything all at once, that enable us to be a little bit more consistent to attract, you know, some of the, and evaluate some of our housing gaps, and would this actually help? I think your argument's strong. But I think we have to, you know, it'd be interesting to look at that argument in terms of, you know, community engagement and a decision-making process. So I think your arguments are good. It's just we can put those arguments on the table if we were to look at this sooner as opposed to later.
Mr. Grantina.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what we're discussing right now. So of the 3 labels that we're placing on all these topics, which are Act Now, Study Further, or Master Plan, right now, what was proposed by Commissioner Douglas was to act now on the multifamily language, correct? Okay. So I want to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about.
I think That's correct. My pen wasn't fast enough to write down all three, so I'm glad you recapped that. Act now, study further, or wait till the master plan. Correct, Commissioner Douglas? All right. All right, so
Do we need to be voting on any of this?
No.
Or, straw polls?
My question is, what would Act Now look like, and what does the Planning Commission's role or authority or responsibility for that would be? That sounds to me like if we're going to have public hearings, does that mean that we would invite the public to our meetings, or that we would hold outreach events? What does it mean?
Well, it's finalizing language for the zoning ordinance. So it's based around a draft revision to the multifamily part of the zoning ordinance. But I would leave it to, we have a community engagement specialist on staff. I would leave it to her professional expertise as to how we should reach out to people and how we should notify people. But it would go beyond just the mere posting an agenda of a meeting with a public hearing.
Okay, so it depends. That's the answer. It depends, right?
Right. The degree of community engagement depends, but the formal act of writing zoning changes to this portion of the zoning ordinance is the center of the action.
All right, and that means we would direct staff to do the writing, I assume, yes?
Yes, well, they've drafted it. I mean, I don't know if it's, Mr. Twing, you can tell me, you haven't redlined the existing ordinance, or have you?
I think we've looked at a lot of provisions, and what I'm really hearing is that you want to have some engagement on where you're currently at. And get input for it. So we would have to figure out how to go about that, particularly in this current COVID Zoom related activity. So, I mean, we could definitely meet with Judy Davis about how to get some of the information out that we've already done in regards to this number one topic. And get feedback from it and see where the objections are. Or, if you wanted to have in-person meetings, I think that's a totally different animal. But no, I think we've drafted everything we can draft until we get either input from the community and then direction from the Planning Commission on what you want us to tweak or change. We've looked at all of the existing multifamily developments that are in place. I think in the report, looked at all of those that have been approved since 2002 and broke that out into density issues in terms of number of units per location, height issues, parking requirements. So we've given you all the data and the background to it. And so I think before we do much more, we need either direction from the Planning Commission or have the community involvement and then have direction. So I think the next step for us would be, okay, this is a priority for you. And we'll come back with you about how we think it needs to get out there then. So, and you can either concur or not.
All right, Ms. Beakey.
I mean, again, I don't know, at least when I listen to these different public comments and I hear things about the neighborhood and master planning, and also if we talk about something that's very sweeping, multifamily dwellings, and I need to go back and reread. I know I've read these things that we put together previously. Again, I think for the average person, when you say change the zoning on something like this, they think it is changing the master plan, because I don't think many people differentiate necessarily. And I think if this is citywide, and it's not about a certain zone that's going to become a more high density, I'm just not sure if it will cause more problems than it will solve at this current time. Again, I'm only on the Planning Commission and only for the last couple of years, but that's my perspective given what I've been hearing.
So we have dealt here at the Planning Commission almost on a monthly basis with multifamily zoning issues. And if we wait to deal with this in a master plan, it'll be 3 years before we solve this issue, before we stop having, you know, apartment buildings come to us as a planned unit development, because that's the only way for developers to meet current real estate standards. So because we've done a year's worth of work on this, I mean, I'm interested in moving forward on it and not waiting for the master plan. I mean, even if, I mean,
that's just my comment. That's my comment.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fighting for, you know, 7 years, more than that, to get a new master plan done without success. So I just sort of feel like, you know, that unicorn is out there, but sometimes you need to ready, fire, aim.
All right, and it sounds to me like there's a sense that that's a serious proposal, and that we're not taking a vote on this, but we have some support for this concept of moving ahead with number 1 to the point of actually having public engagement and discussion of the text. Yes?
Yes, for me.
Commissioner Douglas.
No, I'm voting yes.
Oh, I didn't think we were having a vote. But I understand. Okay. So moving this along, though, so number 2, that's not the same. That one needs more study. So now we're going to go to number 3. Unless is there anything else on number 1? Okay. Anything else on number 2? Okay. Number 3, driveway widths.
Yeah, my note says driveway widths, and I guess that's an issue for the ZBA, but what's the deal?
My only recollection was with the minimum of 8 feet, there are occasions where people have put up fences. The neighbor shows up when the person's in front of them for a fence appeal, and they argue they don't have enough room to park their car there and open the door in 8 feet. So I believe the discussion was changing the driveway width minimum from 8 feet to something wider. My professional opinion is that's just going to generate more variances to deal with the driveway width into the future. Where I think 8 feet is a standard requirement for most residential driveways as a minimum to get you in and out. So I don't know that there's anything to do here. It's a case-by-case standard. I mean, so.
If I can jump in for a second, if I recall, there was discussion around changing the language so that the 8-foot minimum stayed, but it also required some certain distance of clear area on either side, or at least one side of the drive, to deal with that issue that you had brought up. Either way, I don't know that that's necessarily an issue for us to take up right now. That seems like a pretty easy one, but I'm just not sure if it's a planning commission issue or if it's a zoning board issue in terms of language and text amendments.
Well, it's a planning commission issue because you're the only body that's going to change the text of the ordinance. That's not the role of the zoning board to change the text of the ordinance. They simply deal with whether to grant a waiver from an existing provision. And you're correct. I would, you know, they got into a discussion of how to deal with the idea that keeping this clear distance, but I think given the makeup of Royal Oak, unless we're going to prohibit an adjacent property owner from putting a fence up on the side property line, you know, to make them set a fence back 2 feet onto their own property, you're going to get waivers from that property owner. It's just, you're just pushing what the request is going to be or the complaint is going to be from one to another. You know, anyways, that's, I don't have a recommendation for you, and it's a minor issue, but I wouldn't have a recommendation for it. I think we're just creating a different issue if we change that standard.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I wasn't advocating for the language change.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Recollect the conversation.
My commentary would be to simply move on.
Great.
I'll move on. So the next item on the list was off-street parking standards on Woodward Avenue. To me, that's a can that I'm perfectly comfortable kicking down the road into a master planning process. This has been an intractable problem on Woodward for, you know, whatever, 60 years, and I don't know that we're going to address it now. And the public comment we heard tonight, I mean, there's a lot of passion on this subject and a lot of different opinions, and I would want to see that incorporated into a much broader master planning process.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I mean, Woodward extends from beginning to end of our westerly border, and even to some extent, you know, two borders up there, you know, in Fulton Place and all that. And so it's a pretty big decision, and the complexities dealing with the state of Michigan and all of those. I mean, that it's a really complex issue that I think would require a revisit and support of the public as well as the state of Michigan, and look at in the master plan what's possible.
I will refer to folks to the master plan. There is a whole Woodward Corridor transit-oriented development section that is edifying now and in the future.
I would add the RTA has just done a new study of it too.
Oh, cool.
It could be tearing up the roads anyways for something.
I also feel that way about the whole issue, addressing the issue of adult uses. Again, that's a subject that many people have strong feelings about. I mean, I would see that being much more better dealt with as part of a master plan.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that we've had a few cases come up to us from time to time that we have to think about, but I don't feel like it's consumed our board at all. I mean, only the real issues that have come up are mostly related to bad information being perpetuated by a few people out there. So I see this as being something that, you know, probably time in a master plan to look at it and say, okay, are there new adult oriented businesses? Are there ones that, you know, don't, you know, is there stuff in our ordinance that's prohibiting legitimate businesses? You know what I mean? And I think there's some fair conversation, but I think that's, you know, because of the nature of it, I think that, you know, like I don't plan to change any ordinances about our pornographic store, you know, issue, you know, I mean, that's just not, but, you know, like one could argue our massage parlor is the same as a chiropractor, you know, offering a massage as part of their medical service. You know, there's things that probably need to be looked at and cleaned up a little bit. So.
The only comment I would add at this point is, just for everyone's clarity, general business zoning is the only place in the city where adult-oriented businesses are allowed as a special land use. The current wording puts them in Woodward Avenue. So the commentary about it that don't do anything to change the ordinance is counterproductive, in the sense that's why the pawn shop that raised it, general business zoning is the only district where they're listed as a potential activity. I think some of the discussion that's gone on is in regards to the narrow definition of things like microblading. Is that tattooing? And so those things have ended up in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals, where they've had to seek variances on certain activities that some may not call an adult business, but that's the only category they fit in. So just for everyone's clarity, again, Woodward Avenue, other than south of 11 Mile, is pretty much zoned general business in Royal Oak. There's some other general business areas up on Coolidge, but that is currently the only district where adult-oriented businesses are listed as a special land use. Yes, there are separation requirements and setback requirements, but not changing anything doesn't change the fact that you may get a proposal to put one of those in there. So
I was just going to comment that, again, maybe some corridors along Woodward are more likely to be neighborhood businesses, and I realize that these categories have come into place over time and such, but I do think when it comes to the time to discuss, Woodward is such an important calling card for Royal Oak. I mean, it is the real corridor that traverses, like you just said, Mayor, the whole area. And so I think both what it's currently zoned as, but also kind of what we want to attract there, and how that nexus of including the neighborhoods more, maybe not just in the master planning times, but also on an ongoing basis. We have neighborhood associations, we have different, how do those entities or how do the people in neighborhoods relate to business recruitment, chiming in on what they'd like to have in their neighborhood, because that makes the neighborhood more cohesive also. And so I agree that these should be left to the master plan, but I think, again, how we include people in these discussions as appropriate is useful. And the other thing, I keep thinking, again, we have a lot of digital communication, but if there can be places where the master plan, the year's budget, some of these reports that come out can be at the library, at the senior center. I know we don't like to print things, but some people actually might pick it up and look at it and feel just simply more included on that basis. Anyway.
They are at the library.
The master plan is at the library?
Oh, sure.
Okay, well, that's good. I hope people know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. No one ever told me that when I asked for a paper copy. So thank you for letting me know.
To your point, there's a lot of public education, I think. I mean, just listening to the comments tonight, and the master plan process is a good place to do that. So the next item was the variance application. The zoning board wants applicants to acknowledge what the conditions are for the approval of a zoning variance. And I think that's an easy one. I mean, the zoning board seemed to want to just require that as part of their written response. Mr. Twing, is that an easy?
It's a staff issue. Yeah, we already request written and suggest to petitioners that they address the criteria in writing. We suggest to the petitioners that it's good for their own presentation and background and thought process on it. And so we're continuing to do that. I don't think there's any need for action from either the Planning Commission or the Zoning Board. There's no need for an ordinance that says this. We'll simply put it in our checklist and try to get every petitioner to do it. So I think that one's fine.
Yeah, that seemed an easy one. Last two items, accessory building roofs. And again, I went over my notes and couldn't reconstruct why that was an issue.
It's just flat roofs are prohibited on accessory buildings. Accessory buildings only can have hip, gable, other types of roofs. So zoning board on occasions has gotten a request for a flat roof on an accessory building.
And I'll further the thought. There was discussion around by prohibiting flat roofs on accessory buildings, we're thereby eliminating the possibility of a green roof on those accessory buildings as well.
So it's a simple zoning change to allow flat roofs.
Oh.
Flat roofs on accessory buildings.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's an up or down, so we could address it quicker. I mean, if it's a no, it's a no. If it's a yes, it's a yes. I think we can address that one sooner as opposed to later.
I agree.
Okay, so that's an act now?
Yes.
Okay, and then the last item is side yard fence heights. And I will say that the chair of the zoning board has bent my ear over this on multiple occasions. The question of what is a side yard on a main street versus a corner inside a neighborhood. And my sense is that that citizens want 6-foot fences in their side yards. And the case Mr. Esbrey makes is let's be customer friendly and let them. So do we want to address this? I mean, is this an act now or a further study? I think it might have been studied to death.
Well, and again, if I can, there's two things that come into play, or two ordinances. The zoning ordinance comes into play in the definition of a front yard. And depending on the situation and the layout of the adjacent lots. A definition on a corner lot, you may have one lot that faces the side street, and then the house behind it actually faces the other direction, and so the layout of it is actually in the 25-foot setback of the house. In another situation where the lots are laid out back to back, then it's only a 10-foot requirement. So depending on the layout and some of those, the zoning ordinance kicks in. The other provision is in the fence ordinance that talks about, and because the zoning board is getting fence appeals now, starting several years ago, they're acting as the fence appeal body. Fences are not in the zoning ordinance in that sense. So we may have to revise one or both of those documents to address what is a front yard and what isn't. And we can look at them. It may take a little more analysis than and give you some examples of those situations, but it would probably take revisions to both ordinances.
Can we make that a study item? Is that
Yep.
reasonable, folks?
I think a study item would be a good idea. I'm back, by the way. My internet went out, the lights flickered, and off I went. I don't know if you guys all froze up. I thought you froze. It was me that froze.
Huh.
Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of funky situations. I've been looking at this around town ever since it was brought to my attention, and indeed, I don't know that it's such an easy call. There's a reason in the first instance why we have an ordinance that says you can't have a 6-foot privacy fence in these spaces. I guess to echo what Ms. Beege said before, I guess I kind of like to know the history. Why is that ordinance even there? There must have been a reason. And then, you could have a 4-foot, privacy fence. It's not as private as a 6-foot fence, but what I'm understanding is that the ordinance right now allows a 4-foot fence in that spot. It really doesn't look much different than a 6-foot fence. So I guess this is another one of those where I'd like to maybe discuss some concrete examples. It's really hard to think about in the abstract because there's so many odd lot sizes on top of the the practical expression. What really happens when you put a 6-foot fence up in that area? Some yards it's a 10-foot little span where somebody puts a patio. In others, it's long stretches of 6-foot fence. It's a totally different thing. So I definitely think that one requires a little more study. It certainly is an issue though.
I just wanted to say one thing about that. I also, when we had the discussion last time too, it was talked about a little bit, and I don't know if this falls into the same category, but the idea, but it does relate to the issue on sustainability and where we're going as far as giving direction, that potentially looking at the materials of the fencing also and eliminating perhaps a vinyl fence from an option. Again, maybe that's something more towards the master plan, sustainability plan. But again, looking for better materials for the environment. At least one person had mentioned that from the zoning board while we had that discussion, but I don't know if it's in a different category than this.
Okay.
So what I'm going to ask Mr. Twig, I mean, we've just sort of dumped a lot of stuff on his plate, and maybe ask him to come back in December and kind of give us a calendar, a stretch over the coming 6 months when he can address these items or when he's got the staff time. So we're not expecting it all to be done at once, but I think we would like to have a timetable to see when those items would come back onto our agenda. Does that seem reasonable?
And if there's any related reports that maybe would be useful to us just to understand the issues better, just to mention, if they're easy to give us the link. I don't know if that's too soon, or it can come with the study time if it's too soon.
Yeah, I'll see what we can get together. You are going to have a lengthy December meeting. Right now, I believe there's probably 6 public hearings coming for December. But anyways, no, we'll look at it. And if I can get you a timeline, we will. We'll do it and see what we can get to.
Great, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. All right, a couple of more items that I had proposed, and they're actually should be rather simple. First of all, this is just an odd thing that I've always struggled with, and I decided to say something about it. In the staff reports, which are great, I love the staff reports, the basis of determination in all your staff reports, while everything else is like 11 or 12 point type, for whatever reason, you guys have the basis of determination at like 7 or 8 point type. I'm an old man, okay? Can we make that 12 point type? Is that okay?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay.
Actually, related to that, can I say one quick thing related to that?
Sure.
If it's at all feasible. Similarly, when it switches from the regular size paper to the large size paper, if those, I know they're architectural drawings and that's why they're on, but if on the screen they could be put on the regular size, it's easier to scroll out or whatever than to try to capture. At least when I'm working on my laptop, it's very hard to see those documents because I can't, I don't know. So sometimes the PDF has them all the same size pages, but other times it flips. And if it's easy to make them the same size, it'd be very helpful, especially now that we're not getting screen views of these things during meetings. It's tricky, but if it's not,
Well,
it's okay.
Yeah, I don't have any control over how they pop up on individual locations out there. And I get the same thing, and you kind of got to zoom in or jump out occasionally. I stopped showing things on the screen, but if you'd like me to go back to the shared screen, we can certainly do that. It was my impression that everybody could access the pages of the report or the site plan that you'd like, but if you would like me to go back to a shared screen to see what people are talking about as we go through one, we can certainly go back to that. That was just something we did. So, but I don't have a lot of control over how it views once we put it in the agenda. So.
Okay. Some of them seem to be PDFs that all had the same sizes, which was whoever put it together resized the page, but otherwise, I mean, I'm managing, but that's fine. And as far as the screen goes, whatever works for the meeting is fine.
What I'll say is that if any point somebody wants to share the screen, we can certainly get into that, but we'll keep going the way we are right now.
All right, and of course, when we go back to in person, it won't be an issue anymore, in the sense that you'll have a screen in front of you when you're sitting at the commission meeting.
Yeah, and if you haven't been in the new city hall and the commission chambers, there's
We're not allowed in.
eight loud or 8 very large TVs in the commission room. Well, you could have come in to do the election. They let people in for that. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, very good. Next issue is about the membership in the officers. So Ann sent an email saying that she resigned. And so that's why I'm running the meetings. In doing so, I decided I better check up on the rules of procedure, which I did. And one of the things is that if there's an officer that resigns or leaves, you have to fill it. So I want an update here on what is the situation with our membership. We only have 6. Is it officially 6, or is there something else have to be done? Are we going to vote for a new officer, or are we going to wait till the seat is filled? And I think that maybe Mr. Twing and Mr. Liss and Mr. Fournier probably know, and that's why I'm asking for the record.
Well, what I would say is that the appointments to the Planning Commission are based on the mayor's recommendation and concurrence with the city commission. If you also look at the provisions, a planning commission member can continue to serve until a replacement is appointed. And the third part of that is, Ann Vara could continue to show up at planning commission meetings until her replacement is found, or till her resignation is accepted by that body. And I believe that's been articulated through the city attorney's office. So technically, yes, Ann submitted her resignation, but she's also indicated she may come to meetings. So until the mayor / city commission accept her resignation, technically she could continue to serve based on the bylaws and the state statute for appointments. So I would defer to the mayor and to the commission as far as his process for appointments because I'm not involved in the appointment process. The second part of it in the bylaws, you generally elect, the bylaws call for electing officers the first meeting in February of each year. You may want to wait until a replacement is there and simply have an election in February. Short of that, I would wait for an election until either Ann's resignation has been accepted and she's no longer on the board, because again, technically she still is. So that's kind of my commentary. I don't know if the mayor, Mr. List, have anything they would like to add.
I mean, for intention purposes, it's my intent to get somebody picked and, approved by the city commission the first week of December or the first meeting of December of this year. And that would probably mean realistically, they could start in January, the January meeting or the December meeting if the timing works out and there aren't any issues. So I got to check the date of our December meeting to see how it matches up to our planning commission meeting. And I think at that same meeting, the city commission, based on what I read from the city attorney, is that we could accept the resignation and then make the appointment in an almost concurrent fashion or right after each other, which would make it effective. So I think that is the appointment process. What we do until February, I mean, that's always at the privilege and advice of this planning commission, but that's my intention anyhow at this point.
In this body, a quorum is how many people? Is it 5? Yeah, is that right?
You have 7, so I believe it's 4.
Oh, it's 4. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not planning on missing any meetings, but if I were, you wouldn't have a vice chair. So that was
your internet could go out.
And my internet could go out.
Procedurally, if I didn't have a chairman or a vice chairman at a meeting and we had a quorum, the body itself could elect a chairperson to run the meeting at that particular evening. So we could still proceed.
All right. All right. So I don't need any action there. I do appreciate being informed on that. And that brings me to my last point, because I did look through the rules of procedure, and we don't have to, and we shouldn't get into this now, but I will explain to you what my problem is. So I looked up the rules of procedure, which appears to be an 8-page document here. And one of the things it does is it refers back to Robert's Rules of Order, but it's very specific in saying the rules of procedure for the Planning Commission will be Robert's Rules of Order, and specifically says the 9th edition, section 48, page 477 to 479. Now, that is this little book here, and it is literally 1990. And I went and found one, and I read the section, and quite frankly, I don't think it adds a fig to our rules. And I guess I would like to ask if this is okay for the department and the legal staff to consider maybe bringing this up to date or revising it. I would point out that the city council, they refer to Robert's Rules of Order latest edition. We refer to Robert's Rules of Order 1990 edition, which has been updated like 5 times since then. So I'm not sure that the Robert's Rules really add anything for our situation. We have 8 pages of procedures, and they seem to cover pretty much the whole field. So I would like to ask that that be looked at. I'm not going to, you know, discuss all the details here, but I think that that's something that is ripe for revision, review, and update.
I can add just a little to it, Mr. Chair, that it's been some years, but the City Commission directed the City Attorney's Department and all the commissions and boards to adopt bylaws or rules of procedure. And the Robert's Rules of Orders were all standardized to one type. So I don't know if that's changed yet, if that's changed with the City Commission or some of the other boards, but I can check into it.
Well, unless I don't have the right version of the rules, and really I don't know that I do, our rules, but the rules for the Planning Commission are clear as a bell that they refer to the 1990 version of Robert's Rules of Order.
Well, for small assemblies too.
Well, and there's very specific section,
right,
section 48,
right.
And it isn't small assemblies, it's boards and committees, but that's another issue with it. The language isn't correct. I just would like to see, maybe we give it a little updating.
And the most recent one, I believe, you can look, would be 2018 was the last time they were updated.
Yes, and it was a draft, but that's all I have is the
No,
draft.
well, it wouldn't be a draft, it'd be the final version.
Okay, well, I would like to get a hold of the real version at some point. I don't know. I couldn't find it on the website. Maybe it's there. But that would be my request, that we consider bringing it up to date.
And we can look at it and see if there's actually any changes between the 9th edition and the more current one in regards to those particular sections.
There is. The new one doesn't even have it in there.
And that may be why we don't use the new one.
Yeah. So,
because again, we're going to refer to a portion of it for the Planning Commission, not the full legislative body.
yes, but I would also say, I don't think the Robert's Rules of Order adds anything to it, and this is really a Mr. List issue. If you read the little 2.5-page section, it doesn't add anything to our rules, in my view. It just confuses. But anyways, that's why I'm just requesting that be looked at.
I'll take a look.
All right, thank you. That was the only other thing that I had. Is there?
I have one item I need to bring up, if that's all of them. I mean, that's all the commissions. I was asked, there's a conflict between the library board meeting in December and the Planning Commission board meeting in December. They're on the same night currently, December 8th, at roughly the same time. I have been told that we can't run 2 Zoom meetings at the same time. Obviously, that's your normal meeting date, the second Tuesday of the month. But since the library board was not meeting again until that date, they'd have to schedule a special meeting to move their meeting night. So I told I would ask the Planning Commission if you wanted to consider moving your meeting from December 8th to December 15th. That's the only date that I can get it to work from other meetings that we have scheduled. So if that December 15th doesn't work, then I would get back to the interested parties and say, no, we're going to stick with the 8th, and the library would have to figure out another night. So I told them I would raise it, see if the Planning Commission wanted to move from your standard December 8th, second Tuesday of the month, to the 15th. If you do, I would ask for a motion to do so. If you don't, there's no action necessary.
I don't have an issue with it.
I'm fine with it.
I'm good.
I actually have scheduled right now a conflict on the 15th. I'm sitting as an arbitrator in Ann Arbor all day that day with no guarantee I'll be done by 7 o'clock. So the 15th is not a particularly good day for me. So you need to have a vice chair.
Again, this is your decision. So if you want to change it, like I said, I'd look for a motion. If you don't, I don't need anything. I'll just report back.
So why is the library board, I mean, are they off their usual schedule to meet on this night?
Yes, they normally meet the fourth Tuesday of the month. Obviously, that puts them right prior to the Christmas holiday, I believe. And so they moved their date when they set their annual schedule.
What time do they meet? Do they meet early enough? No, we don't want to start meeting later. That would mess. No, that would be crazy.
I believe they're
That'd be
meeting at
crazy.
7 o'clock.
Well, it's the same.
And again, I don't know that I would get into a dialogue about their meetings. It's just, do you want to move yours or don't you? And if you do not, then they'll have to move theirs.
I think if Mr. Quesada has enough commitment, maybe we should keep it the same.
Okay, that's all I needed.
Does anyone else? I mean,
I agree with that. I hate to be inflexible, but I think we need to keep our date.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other issues from any member or staff?
I have a quick
Vicky.
thing that I just want. Oh, sorry.
No, Ms.
Go
Beaky,
ahead.
calling on you.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't hear you. I walked past the AT&T area the other day and looking at the tower, and then walked up to now what they've installed is the parklet that we required. And I have to say it looks fantastic if you haven't seen it. And I think it's a great example of how we should be very considerate about what we are asking for, and that our persistence in that situation, which seemed a little bit tense, paid off. Because if you see what it looks like compared to that chain link fence that was there for 30 years or so, it looks amazing. The brick enclosure, the black fence. Has anyone else seen it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was very impressed at the result of that. So congratulations to Mr. Twang and the team for, ushering that through.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or issues? All right, is there, seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Support.
Mr. Douglas, okay. All right, so I will take the vote on that. Commissioner Douglas,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Gantina,
Yes.
Ms. Beaky,
Yes.
Mr. Klooster.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everyone.
Had a
All
good
right.
evening, everyone.
Mark,
Good night.
Carol, good job.